Can I drift in a semi? I don't know. Oh, hey. Sorry, got some audio feedback there. If I drift in an 18-wheeler, it's not on purpose. Yes, it's an American trucking simulator. Get it? All right. Well, I'm just testing. I'm assuming the audio is working. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm just getting into this vertical and horizontal streaming, so it's been kind of a disaster, so I appreciate the patience, but we should be able to get going here. Hey, KW, over on Twitch. How you doing?
Like you always say, better never than late.
Juan, how much was the setup? Are you talking the entire thing? Like top to bottom? Because okay, so top to bottom, including computer, all the peripherals, cameras, everything, we're sitting right around 50,000 US.
Like you always say, better never than late. Let's get moving.
Oh, well, I appreciate the feedback. It has been a long road getting this whole thing together. This is the third version of the 6 Degree of Freedom that I've been running. So. That, didn't I? What the hell is it so cramped in here?
You know it is always best to get on the road early. Let's do this.
Yes, actually the entire thing moves. It is a 6 Degree of Freedom motion platform. Be able to see it once I get moving here.
Turn right. Keep to the right.
Gonna be running over poles here. Give kind of an example here of this going back and forth. Actually, my Moza Pit House isn't running. Let's get that going. Do for a living? Well, currently nothing. Prior to selling my business, I had co-owned a promotional products company doing software development for the front end, back end, pretty much everything having to do with the business. So just a computer nerd, pretty much. Oh, there's Natalie over on Twitch. Who happened to work for me for actually a good while, towards the end before I sold the business. So, but hello, Natalie, over on Twitch. I appreciate the kind words. I'm assuming the audio's coming over on Twitch, okay? Awesome, thank you. Been trying to do this streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok all at once. Seeing how it's going. Well, Juan, it can be good money. I think the main trick is if ever you're really good at something, don't do it for free. And if you're really good at it, try to figure out a way to run your own business, because you'll, working for other people, there's only so much your earning capabilities. So.
Continue straight.
Which way am I going here? Trucks. All right.
Okay, we'll try a different route.
Yeah, Natalie, we have grown a bit. I think we're up to like 25 subscriptions and 70 something followers, which is cool. Very thankful for that. But I figured that's the way, getting a little bit more exposure, getting out on YouTube, getting out on TikTok. How old am I over on YouTube? I am 49. Physically, I'm 49. Mentally, I'd still probably put myself in the teenage years, but I'm a 49-year-old that plays video games. So. Hey, Natalie, over there on Twitch, would you be able to try one of the rig commands, like the twerk or party, or excuse me, dance, or their new one is police. So exclamation point police, exclamation point twerk,
Keep to
something
the right,
to that effect.
and then exit right. Exit right.
Cool. Looks like it's working. You folks over on YouTube, that is coming. I've got the chat integration going. It's just that I used up all my requests today debugging it, so folks over on YouTube will be able to send chat requests as well. Now Popo's coming. Looks like we have 17 people over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate y'all logging in. When did I start streaming? I started streaming about a week ago. Maybe about a week and a half ago. So this is all very new to me. Just so y'all on YouTube can kind of see the fun that we're gonna do. You'll have a mill next time I check in. You know, I'm thankful for each and every view and comment and everything else. So I consider that a win. But so if we do, let's see, let's make sure all this is still working here. Hey, Sierra over on YouTube, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Yeah, we have things like twerk mode, dance mode. Follow me over on Twitch, and the rig will do a dance. All kinds of little things. Working on all kinds of fun little integrations. People to sabotage the movements. I guess I'm like really speeding here. Back into miles an hour instead of kilometers an hour. It's hard to do all the conversions. Appreciate that. Living up to your username. I think the wife fell asleep while waiting for me to figure all this stuff out. Days are exhausting. Do not blame her. Yeah, that is very true.
Keep to the right, and then exit right. Exit right. Continue straight.
Hi there, Captain Wolf. Sorry if I missed a message. Maybe my multi-chat isn't working quite right, but I saw that message. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for checking it out. check and make sure that the multi-chat is working correctly here. Give me a second. Okay, looks like that one is working. That one is not. Looks like everyone is on the vertical. We're going to send a test just in case. Cool. Looks like we are back up and running. All right. as I run off the road. Of course, that's when things get really violent. Over on YouTube, hello. Hello, Lee. Thank you for joining in. Lily, your setup is very nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I've worked very hard building this thing. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. There's a lot that I admittedly would like to improve on it, but there's also times that I just want to play on it, so there's occasional upgrades here and there. If I run over another car, what happens? Well, I don't know if I can run over a car, but it gets kind of chaotic. Like if I hit somebody, then it jolts me around. If I go hit a car like this, oh man. And now I'm stuck. Oh, I had a car in front of me, that's why. Oh, ow. Okay. What am I hitting? back up on get backed up on the road here. But yeah, it interacts. Admittedly, there are filters on this because it can move 500 millimeters a second. So what is that? 20 inches a second with pretty crazy acceleration. So if I didn't have the filters in place, I'd be getting legitimately injured. So this thing weighs over 1,000 pounds, and there are times that it starts hopping off the ground. It'll also send me out of my seat in some situations. There's some clips on the YouTube channel where you'll see me like going over a railroad track too fast, and it actually bumps me out of my seat. So it's a little extreme, but that's kind of how I like things.
We're here. This is where we needed to be.
I'm working on it for YouTube, but over on Twitch, if you're in the chat, you can actually control the motion platform from the chat with commands, which is kind of fun. Before I do the parking here, and kind of show so you can kind of see it. It will start moving around, and that's only a portion of its motion range. Robert, greetings from Canada. Hello. You got it just as I'm gonna probably botch this parking. Yep, I already screwed it up. Just found your channel. Well, I appreciate you dropping by. I just started streaming, to be honest with you. A like and a sub. Well, thank you very much. That is all I could ever ask for. That's amazing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I started streaming ATS about a week ago. Still very newbie at this, so working on it. Absolutely, it's all about community. It's one reason I love this game, is the community is amazing. Oh, what did I hit? If I can whip this into the spot here. Yep, there we go. Started your channel about 4 months ago. Well, congrats. You're about 3 3/4 months ahead of me. How's it going for you so far? All right, here we go. 2,300 miles all the way across country. That'll work.
Let's get on the road. We owe it to our cats that we arrive safely.
Are you streaming on YouTube and any other platforms, or? Because once I get done, I'll actually, let me see if I can do it from here. Yeah, I'll have to do it after the stream, but I'll shoot over to your channel as well and drop a sub. Sorry, net has been funky tonight, buffering. Oh. It could also be on my end, so I'm just hoping I have my settings right.
Like you always say, better never than late. Let's get moving.
Mainly do YouTube? All right. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm about 4 times as many viewers on YouTube than I am on the other platforms, so I can kind of see why. So you doing convoys and whatnot?
Up ahead, turn left. Turn left. And then turn
MBM
right.
over on YouTube, hello. Welcome in.
Turn right.
How do you find the rig with ATS? How do you mean? Like, how am I liking this particular rig, or how do I, is it a mod, or I guess I'm not quite understanding the question.
Continue straight.
Was just a buffer pause, been doing it on and off. Okay. I'm sorry about that. If it happens to be my settings, I apologize. MBM, it's actually American Trucking Simulator. It is just a straight up video game. The ironic part is I got introduced to it because I was actually going to get my CDL in real life. After I sold my business, I was just trying some new things. And I needed more practice than the, hour and a half that I got at the CDL school every night. So I set up a full simulator, bought the truck wheel from Moza, got a 18-speed shifter with a range select and splitter up on Amazon, and just started practicing, and come to find out the game is a whole lot of fun, so I just kept playing it. So Robert, I did a few videos on Twitch, but not a lot. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've done about maybe 4 or 5 streams on Twitch, so not a ton,
To the left,
but
and then turn left.
it's all working out the chat interactions for the,
Turn left.
Moving the platforms and everything. So I have multiple profiles, some for servers, some for, okay. Yeah, I just have the one profile right now. I'm running like 100 and... No, actually, I think it's 87 mods currently, so... But with the 1.57 coming out, I rolled back to 1.56 just so I can not have to worry about the mods tonight, but probably going to do that tomorrow. MBM, how is it in comparison to reality? It actually is pretty close. It's much harder in reality, not going to lie. But I absolutely nailed it on my maneuvers. I parallel parked, I did the offsets, I did the straight backs, went on the driving portion. From what I understand, I didn't get knocked down for anything. And on the pre-trip check, I got 100%. So I consider that to be a good thing. So. Oh, how do I find the full motion rig? I absolutely love it. It's awesome, especially in ATS, because you kind of feel all the bumps and the the cabin suspension and the, it can almost emulate that air seat ride feeling, but I have my CDL, used to drive, not driving right now, still have my CDL. Okay. I got, the funny part is I got my CDL.
Right.
And obviously I had like Schneider and Swift and all that. They came out trying to recruit all the new drivers, but I actually was getting into heavy equipment operating and drove a water truck for a short while. And I was a crane oiler, so I was driving monster crane parts around the city. But I decided to retire early. I didn't necessarily need to work, so I haven't really used my CDL in real life, other than probably a week's worth of driving. So, kind of ironic. I'll be honest, it helped me learn way before I got into trucking. It helped me learn how to swing corners, backing, docking. I just wish I learned manual, but now I'm an owner operating. Well, Ghost, that's awesome. Congrats. And see, that's the stuff I love to hear about that, because I'm kind of along the same boat. It absolutely was a game changer, just trying to figure out how to, maneuver a trailer and things. The entire setup was probably as expensive as an actual truck. Well, everything you see here, including the computer, cameras, the RGB lighting, all the peripherals, everything, we're sitting at about $50,000. So I suppose you could get a used truck for that, but I can also do racing sims on this, flight sims, space sims, farming, trucking, you name it. So it's kind of designed for everything. On my main game account, I have 278 trucks. Holy cow, 237 AI drivers. And use no money on XP mods. Wow, that's crazy. That's a lot. Hopefully ATS has been treating you well. Yeah, it has been, actually. Like I said, I used it for kind of practicing to get my CDL. I did pass. I passed with flying colors. But now I just kind of do it for fun. So the going joke is that I got my CDL so I can virtually drive a truck. Go figure. I've been thinking about getting one on the next upgrade. Well, I'll tell you what. I cannot recommend motion more. It adds a whole element to the game. That's between that and haptics, it's just amazing. So I'm an equipment operator, hydrovac. Okay. Operator for my local utility company. I just float gears. I drive a 10-speed. Nice. I actually learned on a 10-speed myself, but we weren't allowed to float gears. We had to do double clutching. So I was doing the double clutching, the whole thing. So, and you'll actually see me do it for downshifting just out of habit. So I might go back to it, waiting on shoulder cert. Oh, ouch. No, thank you. I actually, that's why I left the crane oiler job, because I hurt my shoulder and my elbow. So, and I am still in pain, and that's 6 months later. So, Shadow Saber, my mom used to drive an 18-speed Peterbilt. Oh, nice. Very, very cool. You can make it feel pretty real. You can. This one is a 6 degree of freedom, so I have all of the motion. The first one that I built when I was doing the CDL was a 3 degree of freedom. It basically had the 4 actuators, one on each corner, and it did really well. It just didn't give you that, like if you bump into things, you'll see my head kind of jerk back, when I come to a stop and things like that. So it's got that, forward and side movement, which is really nice. So, hey, let's go, and yep, the audio works. Awesome. I'm very glad the audio works. I appreciate the feedback. This is new. The vertical streaming up on YouTube is new to me, so. Paying attention to my speed. I'm speeding. Let's do this. Let's set a cruise control. I played it back in 2016, but didn't stay with it. Then a buddy who was a long haul guy from South Carolina talked me into it again. I'm hooked. Nice. Oh, little bump there.
Okay.
Yeah,
try
it's a.
different
Oh shoot! I missed my exit, didn't I? Damn it. Okay, that's all right. Said she hated lowboys, but would haul anything from cows to
the right.
water, cadavers,
Then
etc.
Exit right.
The only two states she didn't visit was Alaska and Florida. Wow.
Exit
And
right.
yeah, lowboys are interesting. I was doing those when I was hauling the crane parts, and it is a different experience from just a regular box trailer. So
Keep to the left.
cows to what? Yeah, I kind of figured that eventually. So 1 year ago, if someone said I would be doing this, I would have said they're nuts. And I'm about ready to run into another trailer here. Speaking of a lowboy. But here I am. Yeah,
Keep to the left.
it's fun stuff. And yeah, I would love to be able to get on the road. I'd buy a truck in a heartbeat and go out on the road, but I have 2 kids and a wife. And I spent a lot of time away from them when I was doing my heavy equipment operating, and I would really not choose to do it again. So everything is looking and sounding great.
Turn
Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Glad it's sounding good.
Keep to the right.
Admittedly, I was trying to stream in 4K on the horizontal mode, but it turns out that trying to stream to Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok all at the same time kind of eats up my bandwidth. So get people for the smallest shit possible, yeah.
Keep to the left.
I promise I don't drive this bad in real life. I would put the chat on my main screen, but that goes against certain streaming platforms' terms of service, so I don't want to be doing that. So I've got to look off my screen. I'll tell you though, that Assetto Corsa Rally came out, and I was playing that the other night on this thing.
Keep to the
I want
left.
to talk about sending me all over the place, because A, that game is hard. I was constantly going off into the bushes, and with the motion, it absolutely was just throwing me all over the place. Need to tune it out a little bit before I start streaming that one. That's where this game, you know, I'm bouncing around, get thrown around a little bit, but it's definitely not giving me a headache. Unless I find broken roads. Broken roads on a motion rig is a whole different thing. So, well, have a great night and stream. Now that I've found your channel, I'll stop back. Take care. Thank you very much, Robert. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. Hope to see you again. And I will subscribe over on your channel as soon as I'm done here. you have motors that make it feel like you're driving in your chair. If Tutorial Clan over on YouTube, if you're on the, are you on the vertical stream? Because you might see down under my seat, there's actually a butt kicker LFE there. On either side, I've got 18-inch subwoofers, each with 1,000 watts, and I also have 1,000 watts going to that butt kicker. So I do feel the rumbles, all the stuff. I try to get as much haptics as possible. I have the engine rumble that comes through the actuators as well as the butt kicker. The rumble strips come through the butt kicker as well as the actuator. So if I, run off the road and onto rumble, there's no rumble strips here. But if there are, I do feel it. So I also have the active brake pedal, so I can feel the feedback with things like analog brakes. It'll start pulsing. So I try to get as much feedback as possible on here. Absolutely. Thank you, Robert. Have a good night. The AB9 shifter, that's a force feedback shifter, so I get haptic feedback from that as well. So it's kind of coming from all over the place. How much does something like this cost? My setup is a bit extreme. If you're looking at a motion rig, the general rule of thumb I like to tell people is about $1,000 per degree of freedom. That's average. You can spend way more than that. You can spend quite a bit less than that. So,
continue straight.
But my setup, everything included, PC, sound system, all the peripherals, the motion rig, the cameras, the lights, the whole thing. I'm in it right around $50,000 US dollars. So the motion rig itself, if you count the actuators and the bare metal, because I designed and fabricated this myself, I did all the welding and everything. It was about $11,000, primarily because the upper portion is made out of aluminum, and aluminum right now is rather expensive. So, and it took me quite a lot of different tries to come up with something that I liked. So there's a lot of waste involved in that, so I kind of count that in there. But the actuators themselves, they ran me about $1,000 a piece. So the unfortunate part is that PT actuator, the one that I bought, the company I bought these from, raised their prices by about 2.5 times after I bought them. So they're no longer affordable. But if you check out Departed Reality, they have free plans that you can download that you can do your own DIY actuators, and you're probably talking maybe $500 an actuator, and that's including the servo driver, all the ball screws, all that stuff to build your own actuators. So it all kind of depends on your approach on it. So if you go with things like ground ball screws, or the helical screw type screws, you can get into like $5,000 just for the screw mechanism itself. So you're talking crazy expensive that you can get into. But then those are the type of things you feel at like Disneyland, which is how I got into this. I took the Star Tours ride at Disneyland. I was like, I wonder how they do that. Well, this is how they do it. So it's through a Stewart platform. But they have much nicer actuators running their motion rides. So mine aren't silent. They make a little bit of noise, but it's all right. Usually it kind of goes along with the game. There's another person on YouTube, Silent Chill. If you go look up his YouTube channel, he's shown several situations where you can actually 3D print a bunch of your components for linear actuators to make a 6DOF, and his whole setup has come in at a couple to a few $1,000s. You know, that compared to 11,000 for mine. So it all really depends. So general rule of thumb though, if you get like a 3DOF, runs about 2,500 to 3,000 bucks. If you get a you know, just like a little seat mover, you might be able to get out for under 1,000 bucks. If you get into something like you know, this, it'll move, you know, over 2 feet in each direction on the lateral movements, and then plus minus 30 degrees on the rotational axes. It gets expensive. So the actuators themselves, I mean, man, those things weigh like 95 pounds a piece. So there a lot that's going into it. Looks like over on Twitch it's an ad break. Lights are pulsing red. So, but it looks like we only have about 3 people over on Twitch. So do these simulators have this coded into the game for actuators, or do you have to run it through custom software? Okay, so it depends on the game. American Truck Simulator and ETS, so Euro Truck Simulator 2, they do have telemetry data.
Turn right.
Oh, I guess I'm turning right here. So it's just a plugin that goes in the plugins folder, and then SimHub can consume that telemetry data and send it to my Thanos motion controller, which moves the platform. So a lot of games have it built in. iRacing, Project Cars, Assetto Corsa,
Keep to the right.
Microsoft Flight Sim.
Exit right.
Heck, even Farming Simulator has telemetry that you can get into. So, so a lot of software actually has it built in. It's just you need to kind of tap into it. And SimHub is awesome software. They have so many games that work straight out of the box. So, like I got Assetto Corsa Rally going, that worked just automatically. I got Assetto Corsa Evo working, that worked out of the box. Microsoft Flight Sim worked out of the box. ETS2 works out of the box. I mean, it's relatively easy nowadays. You know, when I started 8 years ago, there was very limited software, so you kind of had to run like Cheat Engine and then going and looking at memory addresses yourself, which, you know, for a nerd like me, I can do it, but not a lot of people are up for that kind of challenge. So nowadays, a lot of the software has games built into it, and you can usually get in contact with the developer and say, hey, this game just came out, can you you know, put it in there. It's like the NASCAR 25, they're working on getting that out on the motion software. So but there's also different software you can run. There's FlyPT Mover, there's Sim Racing Studio, there's Sim Tools, several different ones. So I can't speak to all of them, but I personally have used SimHub for my 6DOF. I've used Sim Racing Studio, SRS, for the 3DOF, the 4-post rig that I have. And I've used FlyPT Mover for the 6DOF. FlyPT Mover is extremely advanced software though, so it is not easy to set up. It's only really good if, keep to the right, going the wrong way here. It's only if you're an advanced user really, and I have a lot of patience because it has a very, very steep learning curve to it. Actually, I can probably show the software here. Let's see if we can do this here. So the software, you can see it has BeamNG, has Assetto Corsa, it has Dirt Rally, Dirt 4, F1, all the way back to 2012. DCS, Counter-Strike, I'm not sure, Epic Roller Coaster, Elite Dangerous, Forza. I've also had it with the Gran Turismo 7. I had that working with the PlayStation, Le Mans Ultimate, Project Cars. I mean, you can see all the games that are built into this, so it's actually kind of nice. What screens and display sizes are you using? I've been trying to find a good setup for this game to see both mirrors. So my setup involves a 3 of the LG C5 42-inch screens. They're the OLED 144 hertz TVs. So my previous version of this, I had 32-inch AOC curved monitors. But you'll notice I have glasses. I'm blind. I'm an old man. So I needed to get as big of screens as possible, but not so big that I would run the TVs into the wall, because if I go any bigger, then at the extremes of the movement, it would actually bash the TV into the wall. So it's this whole thing is built purpose for fitting inside this space, but I find the 42s to be really, really nice. I'm putting other LG 42s on my 3 degree of freedom, so my wife and kids can play on that one while I play on this one. But it's really nice for the mirrors. I can see them fine. Obviously, if you're familiar with the game, the stock mirrors are terrible, so I use the XTX mirror mod that he put out, and it seemed pretty good for me. So all right, I can bypass the way station, thankfully. But I know a lot of people with motion platforms do not mount their monitors. They don't attach them to the motion rig itself. Obviously, you can see mine do move with it. Oh man, gets a little bumpy there. And these have been fine. If you look at some of the clips on my YouTube channel, you'll see that I've gone through some pretty horrendous crashes, and these TVs hold up fine, so I can definitely recommend LG's. My streaming PC behind has a 65-inch OLED LG TV. I think it's a C3, so it's a few years old. My wife has a 48-inch LG, so big fans of those TVs. Off the road here. Trying to get back to my YouTube here. Pardon the driving. As I'm running off the road. So are these actual areas in the US, and is the game updated on a pretty consistent basis? Man, just caught. Did I cause an accident? Oh, oops. Yeah, let me show you here. So, currently, what is that? I have a lot of map mods. I don't know which of these states. I think like South Dakota and all that, kind of down through Kansas and Oklahoma and whatnot. I mean, it's obviously a very condensed version of the U.S., but I have a map mods that extend all the way into Canada and up through Alaska. So it goes way up there and then all the way down into Mexico. So we can get way down into Mexico, which, you know, some of those roads down there are just absolutely windy and everything. So, but yeah, it has a lot of states. Probably half the states are in the game so far, and then with some mods, the other states are in there. But yeah, you know, I'm based out of Arizona, and I do a lot of my garages out of Arizona, and it has, you know, 35th Avenue and Goodyear and Buckeye and you know, other places around Arizona that actually exist. So there's is it accurate? No, it's a game, and you know, it's not a 1-to-1 scale. It's not like Microsoft Flight Sim or anything. That would be cool in my opinion, but I don't think there's enough interest in trucking sims to warrant a game like that. So, but it's good enough. It's probably about 1/10 scale, I would say, all the way across. And some map mods you can go all the way to Florida and all along the East Coast, but basically the roads all look the same. So you're just driving for the sake of driving, which, you know, I do have some map mods that kind of extend beyond the actual game states. And yeah, basically you have trees on either side of the road, and you have a few got an accident. Stop. Okay. Oh, that was close. We got a few more people over on Twitch. Welcome in. Appreciate you watching.
Keep to the right, and then exit right. Exit right. Continue straight.
Why exactly did it have me go off the road like that? Your maps still work, so you're still on 56. Oh, looks like we got a follow over on OG. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate that. The rig is dancing in celebration. Appreciate that. That's a great GPS that you got there. Yeah, it's I'm running the Ironworks modded truck, and they don't have the GPS dashes in them, so I just have the little Samsung GPS. So. 44. Yeah. And yeah, there are standalone GPS mods that you can run on like a tablet, a physical tablet next to you. I don't have that yet, but probably will add it at some point here in the near future. I have the tablet, I just need to 3D print a mount or fashion up an aluminum one, but probably just 3D print it. So. And then I AI cloned my wife's voice, who is the GPS voice. Are these trucks governed? No. You can get them going pretty fast depending on what engine you put in them and whatnot. And obviously there's mods where you can put like 30,000 horsepower engines in them. And I've tried those out, and you can go 150 miles an hour in these trucks sometimes with the right gearing. But if you are on an external contract, you're limited to 65 miles an hour. So if you're doing any of the like SCS events, like the Halloween event that was going on, you're stuck at 65. That's the fastest you can go. So, which is okay in most situations. But I have a speed limit mod on here that bumps your speed limit up by about 10 miles an hour. Like right now, we're in a 80 mile an hour zone. So you could get into a cop chase. I have the AI emergency pack on here. But they will find you, but they will not chase you. As I go over into the rumble strip here. You can actually see the, actually it probably doesn't come across on the video. Yeah, so see, like here, we've got that's the AI emergency pack, where they're doing that. So just adds a little bit of, you know, a little bit of immersion, but no, you don't get chased by the cops. If that was the case, I'd be chased all over the place because I'm a terrible driver trying to read chat. You think texting and driving is bad? Try chatting and driving. Oh, and actually, KW for life, I just realized what you were saying. I'm still on 156. Yes, I thought you were talking about, I conflated your message with some YouTube chat, so I apologize about that. Yes, I am still on 156. I was working on my chat bot extensively today. And I did not want to deal with all of the map mods and getting them updated to 157, so I'm still on 156. Sorry for a dumb moment there. I've been coding all day. My brain gets a little scrambled.
Keep to the left.
Maybe I'll try this game with the racing wheel and my VR helmet. You know, I do play it in VR as well, and it is awesome in VR. So, KW, it'll be a couple days before they get the updates. Yeah, you know, they're already rolling in. I've got several of the truck mods that I have. They've pushed out updates, and you know, a lot of them I could just go in and modify the manifests myself to just have the new version in there, and most of them will work, but I just, again, I didn't have, I spent all day coding on that chatbot, so it was a little crazy. Or map rate makers will wait until Louisiana drops. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, tutorial over on YouTube. It is a very, very awesome game in VR. That's actually how I started playing this game when I was doing the kind of practicing for my CDL. which is really cool because you can, move your head and you can see with your mirrors. It'll, the mirrors, your point of view changes. So very, very cool. Is this game multiplayer? It is. You can get in convoys with a quick config change. You can get into a convoy with up to 128 other players. So you can get quite a multiplayer thing going on there. So how much work is it to update a map? Is it more than just well, it depends on what's changed. So I will decompile or decompress some of the SCS files, and I'll fire up Claude code. And if there's something that can be changed, usually I'll have Claude help me change some of the code. Otherwise, depending on some files are encrypted, which you can technically decrypt them. I think technically that goes against the agreement when you use mods. So any of the stuff that I change, like the GPS voice mod that's running my wife's voice, that's actually the Morgan Freeman mod that's on the workshop. I just modified it and added in my own sounds to it. So, but when they have to have the same mods, yes. I think in some situations, if a person's not running the mod, they may not see a trailer or sometimes don't see the truck. It's not quite like Farm Sim where it'll just completely lock you out, but it does cause some quirks for sure. But for all intents and purposes, it's best to have whatever mods that is running on the server that's hosting the convoy. I've only done convoys with my wife, in all honesty, so it was quick and easy to copy mods over to her folder. So I've been invited to a few convoys, and I'll probably take them up on that here in the near future, but so I'll get a little bit more exposure to that. But beyond a convoy inside the house, I've not really done that yet, so I'm not an authority on that by any means. Tulsa, Oklahoma, with 1,600 miles left. So we're going to be here a while. Bring on all the questions. I'll answer any and all that I can possibly answer. There are some folks up on Twitch like Armstrong and Scotty and Jam Jam. They often do convoys, so they're probably a little better on answering the convoy multiplayer question. But yes, it is a multiplayer game, and you can have some pretty monster convoys going. So. I would imagine the hosting computer, though, needs to be pretty beefy to get some of those larger convoys going. Bad they can't make a FiveM launcher? Like they have for GT 5 server sponsor. Oh, yeah, you know, this game is pretty old. I think it's over 10 years old, so there's a lot of things that can be added to this game, which would be really nice. Like I'm running a 5090, and it struggles with triple 4K with this game specifically. So goes to show you the optimization and everything. So, well, it's nice because when you load into a server, just install the mods the server's using. I think that's actually a feature in ATS. Don't quote me on that, but I think there's a checkbox you can check when you start a convoy that will allow users to download mods from the server. But again, don't quote me on that, because I just, by default, I just copied all my mods over on my wife's computer when we were doing convoys. So but I know there's like the Left Lane Discord server. They do convoys, and they actually spell out all the mods that they use, so you can kind of get it pre-installed and ready to go, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Keep to the right.
Toll roads around here. Time I've ever been in Oklahoma in real life was visiting Kicker Car Audio back in Stillwater. That was a fun trip.
Keep to the left.
Oklahoma, okay, nice. Yeah, I just spent a few days out in Stillwater. I was looking into having Kicker do, or I was doing potentially a Kicker system in one of my cars, a Nissan GTR that I had. Nick82 said hi, hello. Thank you for joining. Welcome over on YouTube.
Keep to the right, and then exit right.
Ontario, Canada. Nice.
Exit right.
If I'm not mistaken, I just drove out of Ontario, Canada in the game, as a matter of fact. Headed down to Ohio from there, and then from Ohio we're headed over to California. All right, RC Adventures. I'm not catching all your acronyms. FFE, KLLM. So if you go across the border, do you have to do a customs check? Yes. Is it anything involved? No. You stop at a little icon and you hit your activate button, and it'll say checking your papers, and I run on the rumble strips, and then the gate opens. So it's nothing too crazy. So just like the weigh stations, you stop at a little icon, they weigh you. You'll get fined if you don't stop. With crossing the border into Canada and the U.S., a lot of times they'll have gates, and they are extremely strong gates. You cannot drive through them. So trust me, I know. I've tried. My dad drove for Frozen Food Express before they were bought out by KL. Oh, okay. I get it. Nice. I do have my CDL, but I drove for about 4 days total. So then I decided to stop working. So I was busting my butt after selling my business, trying to figure out a job that I wanted to do, and realized that I didn't really need to work anymore. So howdy, boss. How much did this beauty of a rig cost you? Hey Waldo, thank you for the question over on Twitch. This rig, everything included, we're talking computer, peripherals, motion rig, cameras, RGB, all that stuff, I'm about 50 grand deep into it. So, but this is kind of an extreme example. Yes, $50,000. Uncapped Truckers, hello, welcome. Appreciate you watching over on YouTube. Whoa. And Paulo Play Stuff, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate that. Got a little rig dance for you. I would love a train sim. Actually, there is a train simulator built into, well, not the train simulator itself, but there's a train simulator game that has telemetry that you can hook up to a motion rig. So Wyatt asking on YouTube, have you driven real trucks? I have. I got my CDL and I drove, and you're gonna laugh, but I drove a water truck for a short while when I was working on getting into the heavy equipment operating. And I was a crane oiler for a very short period of time, breaking down and assembling cranes. And I drove a truck hauling crane, like giant crane components around town. So I've driven a few, not a lot. The going joke is that I got my CDL in real life so I could drive virtually on a motion rig. So got my Class C. Okay. Yeah, I ended up getting my my CDL Class A with no restrictions, so I can drive air brakes, manual, you name it. So I did not go for any of my endorsements. I was going to, but once I decided to stop working, it was kind of a moot point. So nice though. No, appreciate it. But yeah, it's, you know, getting my CDL, you know, it cost me, I think it was about $7,000 to take the course. So, and I paid out of pocket. It was a fun adventure, absolute blast. Got to meet a lot of fun people along the way. Absolutely just adored my instructor. She was so nice and so helpful. So it was a good experience, especially for a guy that just, I've owned a business for the last 15 years before I sold it, and I've just been writing code. So driving a truck, it was a pretty big change from what I was doing. I was in IT for the last 25 years of my life, so driving a truck and, driving excavators and digging holes in the dirt and working out at solar plants on big forklifts and things like that. I'm even forklift certified. That was a going joke with my kids. They thought that was a hoot. So it's meme-worthy material right there. But I'm actually forklift certified. I currently drive triple road trains in Oz 53-meter combinations. It's about 100. Holy moly! That would terrify me. That is a long set of trailers. One of those endorsements was going to be my doubles and triples, but again, never ended up going. So, want to drive trains for a living, but much harder than thought. Yeah, I think that kind of goes for anything. That's kind of why I wanted to do the heavy equipment operating and, truck driving and all kinds of things, because I think you take a lot of things for granted and how hard things are and how involved things are. And it was fun to actually, get my hands dirty and some of those things to kind of appreciate it. So I'm looking at getting into IT security. What do you recommend for a starting point? I went from electronics engineering into IT, and I started out doing help desk. And my specialty, just personally, was cleaning malware and getting into Windows registries and things like that. So I just kind of let my boss know that I was really good at cleaning malware out of systems and securing systems. So I ended up becoming the malware expert, which then I moved into another job that was doing a system admin kind of desktop support as well. Actually, it was desktop support to start, but we had a security expert in on the first day, and I found flaws in his assessment, which got me basically just kind of showing off your skills, getting in at the bottom and working your way to the top. I started off desktop support, and I ended up director of IT by the time I was done at that company. So I do RC heavy equipment. I've seen those, and some of those damn things are so expensive. I have a couple of the 5th scale Primal RC monster trucks. I have a Gravedigger and the what's the other one? I can't think of it off the top of my head, but yeah. So I've done some of the RC stuff, but man, those RC construction, man, those things they're expensive, but they're very cool. Love this PC setup, bro. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Worked hard on it. I'm total jelly of your rig. I really want to get into ATS. I'm just going to have a basic sim rig, nothing like yours. Well, I started off with what was it? Just a basic sim rig. I think I had a Fanatec belt-driven wheel base to start, the Club Sport, and worked into getting motion, and now I've got a full Moza gear R21. I've got active pedals, I've got active shifters, you name it. So actually putting together a cockpit right now while watching. Nice, congrats. It's always good to what one are you putting together? Because every single opportunity I would keep finding once a level 3, the only thing I can get or think to get around that is start taking every comp. Well, I worked my way up through IT. I did not have any certifications. I didn't have a degree. I was just completely self-taught. It's just kind of getting your foot in the door at the very bottom and showing off your skills. And, securing an IT infrastructure is extremely valuable to a company. So if you're able to do that, it's a good way to work your way up in IT. So just find any way in foot in the door and show off your skills. So I'm on Twitch now. This is the dream setup. I appreciate that. I just got on Twitch. Just started streaming about a week and a half ago. So this is kind of my entry level into Twitch streaming. So, but I appreciate that. Love Primal RC. Yeah, Primal RC. Those are some awesome RC trucks. I did get the Gravedigger when it released, so I had the autographed, placard and everything that kind of came with it. Dennis Anderson, I believe the driver, has it. So I just got a cheap V4 heavy. Those V4s though are actually pretty cool from what I can tell. So just because they're inexpensive doesn't mean they're good. As long as they can hold a decent, 5 to 12 Newton meter direct drive wheelbase, man, I think that's all you kind of really need. I had the Obuto Revolution. That's the original one that I had, and I ended up actually modifying it and adding some like braces to it and things like that, and then putting on some like wheel casters and stuff like that so I could roll it around. And I had like triple, what are they, 40 inch like Vizio TVs around it. So then I just kind of modified, and I was at Disneyland with the family and went on Star Tours, and I was curious how motion works, and so I started getting into that and realized there's a whole sub-community for motion simulators and kind of DIY. Before they were kind of offered by DOF Reality and gosh, what's the expensive one that's out there? Cubic Systems. Those things get into like, gosh, $50,000 to $75,000 for their 6 DOF rigs. So it you can get pretty expensive on some of them, but they're available out there now. So, but just work your way up. You could slam 4 actuators on that Vivor and have a 3 DOF in a matter of an afternoon, really. Can you run double trailers in this game? And if you can, when you run into a scenario where a state will allow, you can run doubles and triples in the game. I do believe each state has a limitation on that, so you won't get triples if it's not allowed. You don't have quite the bridge restrictions like you do in real life, so they don't get quite that involved, but I do know that you can add a mod that will uncap those restrictions, so you can have triples in states where it's not legal to have them. So, but yeah, doubles and triples are in the game. Hazardous materials, dry trailers, whole thing, reefers. Yeah, this is my entry into the hobby. I was thinking of adding some type of feedback motor or something to feel more of the road and stuff, but wasn't sure how deep I should go since I'm just starting. If you're getting into some haptics for that feedback, if you want to do those motors, by all means, a DIY is a great way to go. I started off with Butt Kicker Gamer. Came with a little, I think it's like a 200 watt amp, and it was enough to give me some vibrations and stuff in the rig. Now I've got the Butt Kicker LFE, which is massive, and I've got 1,000 watts going to it by itself in addition to the subwoofers. So but the Butt Kickers are really good. Also Dayton, and I'm gonna rear end this person here. Dayton Audio has some transducers that you can hook up to amplifiers and get some feedback. So it gets, it can run a few $100s to get set up into it, but it's not too expensive to get into. 402, I'm doing very well. How are you doing? Thank you for joining over on YouTube. Appreciate that.
To the left.
Doing pretty good. Hauling load over to California from Ohio. So
Keep to the left.
sitting at about 1,150 miles left out of over 2,000. So almost halfway through here. So just chatting with some folks over on Twitch and YouTube and answering questions. And keeping me busy. I can't sleep tonight, so might as well get up and trucking. Oddly enough, this thing can kind of rock me to sleep, so after a few thousand miles, I get pretty sleepy and end up able to sleep finally, so. I didn't have this when my boys were infants, so otherwise I would have tried that, you know, attach a baby seat to it and take these like short leisurely drives. Not quite as crazy as I do it, you know, sometimes here where I'm rolling over and hitting cars and all that kind of stuff, but it's like 22 people over on YouTube. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, you know, you think about it, they have all these things for babies where, you know, they swing them back and forth and, you know, rock them and everything. Well, you know, I took my kids for rides in the car and they fell right asleep. So I figure, you know, it's kind of the same thing. You just get a little bit of bounce, a little bit of vibration, a little bit of rocking back and forth, you know. Sit there and do this. You know, now it's a really expensive thing to put your kid to sleep, but hey, could be a dual purpose for sure. Admittedly, though, my wife and I at the time, the kid's mom, we were in a very small apartment, and I was making probably about $26,000 a year at that point in time. So there's no way I could afford anything like this back then. So, oh, and we just rear-ended that car because they. Yep. Here we go. That is not what you want to do when you have a baby attached to it. So. I'll need to implement some sort of crash counter or something on my streams, because they happen. Yeah. Yeah, something like that jolt would definitely not make a baby happy. So. It's 85 through here, and these trucks are just going so slow. Hey, you folks over on Twitch, if any of you are listening, I tried to implement some custom ways to spend the channel points that you accrue from watching. If any of you are over there and want to try those and test those out for me, I'd appreciate it. You can, you'll see down there where when you redeem the channel points, it'll say things like make the rig dance or roll or yaw or heave, or I think there's 20 custom commands there. Oh, looks like somebody just did something there. Thank you very much. That did work. Unfortunately, that did not come across in the chat, but I did feel it. So I will have to fix that chat bot to have it tell me. See if I can pull it up on my phone here. Oh, and there's another one. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, the chat bot is not reading out who sends them. Also added in an exclamation police. That should do a fun little animation on the screen, and it flashes my changes all my RGB lights to flash red and blue. And then I think also I did exclamation point fail. I think that one's also a new one. That'll actually do the sad trombone womp womp sound, you know. It makes the whole rig dip down and kind of tilt forward. It's kind of funny. But any software that I write is always full of bugs, which now I don't see the acknowledgements in chat like I was before, so I apologize about that. But the commands are working.
Keep to the left.
Let's see if I can test the fail one here. Ah! And I'm running off the road. Texting and driving. Look at this. This is why you don't do it. Yeah, there we go.
Keep to the left.
Trying to add some fun little things, little chat integrations.
Keep to the left.
Oh, and RGB light's white. It's not supposed to be white. See, there's another problem. Got half of them flashing blue and red, and the other one's like bright white. Oh well.
Keep to the left.
Some of it's working. It just does not look like when you redeem the channel points that it's printing out on the screen, so I will get that fixed for tomorrow. Let's see if we can make it twerk. I should stop and get gas because I just realized I'm almost on empty here.
Okay, try a different route. Keep to the left. And
At
then
this point, just
go
buy a real
straight.
truck. You know, I get that a lot. But here's the thing. I have real race cars. I have a twin turbo GTM and a twin turbo Viper.
Okay.
And I
try a
still
different route.
love to race on
Keep
the
to
simulator
right.
as well.
And
So
then
I have no desire to own a real truck. There's a lot of
Turn
maintenance and upkeep and everything else. and I built this to have fun in my basement. So
Continue straight.
all in all, it's cheaper than driving my race cars, and I would imagine it's also cheaper to than owning a truck. But yes, I would imagine for the $50,000 that I put into this, you can probably get an okay used truck. But what's the fun in that? Wow, we just had a massive influx over on YouTube. Oh, and it just went back down. Never mind. But I do see 31 of you. Appreciate you watching. But believe it or not, there's people up on Twitch that have entire cabins built that are replicas of things like Peterbilt and all that.
Right.
So, well, yes, this is an extreme example.
Turn right.
This will do truck sims, it'll do farming sims, it'll do flight sims, space sims, racing, rally, on-car, off-road, or on-road, off-road. So, it's pretty versatile.
Up ahead. Turn right. Turn right. Keep to the left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Looks like we shot back up to 47 people on YouTube. Welcome in. Appreciate you watching. Feel free to ask any questions. I get a lot of them during the streams. No question is too silly. I love the torque. Torques over the whole rig. It's fun. We are 900 miles out from our California destination. Still a good jaunt. And it looks like we're on an ad break over on Twitch. Sorry about that, folks. It's on the shortest setting possible, so I think it's 30 seconds every 60 minutes, so consider that not too bad. And we're back from the ad break. Got a follow over on TikTok. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Working on the chat integrations for TikTok as well as YouTube, so hopefully I'll get all the fun little motion rig movements and everything shared across all the platforms. Google just shut me out today because I was making too many requests, so that's why they're not going tonight on the YouTube stream. They allow you 10,000 credits per day, and apparently each time I was querying the chat, it was costing 100 credits. So I blasted through 10,000 credits pretty quick. If any of you are into API development and stuff, you'll know what I'm talking about. And we gotta get way station. Okay.
Try a different route.
pretty sure I just hit that truck. Oops. And I'm all over the road. It's all good.
Continue straight. Keep Continue straight.
I did not hit him.
Continue straight.
Oops. Just kind of bullied my way over there. teach me, or teaches me not to speed in front of a cop. Looks like Oso actually is in the Twitch viewing. Welcome. Looks like KW, looks like Mummy D, SF Wong, and Shadow King. Thank you guys for watching over on Twitch. Just checked out your Insta. You got some amazing stuff on there. Oh,
and then
thank you very much.
turn left.
My Instagram kind of has a lot of various things on there, for sure.
Turn left.
Being that I just started doing the streaming, all the car stuff and motion platform stuff, family stuff, and all that is over on Instagram. Did you design the motion rig yourself? I did. I basically took the parameters of this space that I'm in, and inside of Fusion 360, I basically designed the platform with the space in mind, and then in conjunction with putting in those parameters into the motion software, you can kind of see what your the motion ranges and all that. So once I got the design kind of nailed in, I bought the raw metal. In this case, the base had been made from a previous platform that I had done, a design that I had built. So I didn't rebuild the base, but I rebuilt the upper platform. So I ordered all the aluminum and purchased some of it locally, but was able to use my new laser welder, welding some of this aluminum together. So that was fun. But yeah, designed and built it myself. And thankfully it's actually holding up. Some of the crazy wrecks and rollovers and everything that I'm getting into, I'm glad that I'm not breaking welds, especially on the aluminum. It's amazing. How did you learn to do the DIY stuff, especially with the CNC and laser welding? So the CNC, I've always been kind of fascinated with CNC, so I built some like 4 foot by 8 foot routers. Built those from scratch, just using stepper motors. So I kind of learned a little bit of CNC on that. When I started getting more into the motion platforms, the maker of the actuators kind of got a little lippy with me because I had disagreed with their price increases, and he's like, you just don't know what it takes to make these. And so I went out and I bought an entire Haas VF2 extended Y range CNC machining center, put in a 3-phase converter in my garage, and so I have the full CNC setup in my garage along with a large lathe. So I just kind of checked out YouTube videos, did a lot of Google searches, but basically just kind of taught myself this stuff over time just through random trial and error. I did the same thing with my cars. I run the Factory 5 GTM with the first in the world to run a Lamborghini transaxle. Nobody had done it before, but with enough determination, you can figure anything out, really. But so I've just been kind of hell-bent on learning things DIY. People often say, oh, it's too complicated or you don't understand it, and it's like, well, if a man made this, you can take anything, whether it's a car or a TV or computer components or whatever. If a man made it, you can figure out how to make it. So again, with just a little bit of creativity and some Google searches and determination. My darling, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome.
Keep to the left.
Very appreciative of the follow. So is the rig, as you can tell. Doing a little dance. But yeah, just kind of teaching myself. So it's a lot of time. Well, you know, the history with the motion platform. If you've ever been to Disneyland in California or in Florida, Disney World, you know, they have Star Tours. I'm a big Star Wars nerd. I've got a full-size, you know, Vader in my basement and all that. I went on Star Tours and I loved that motion ride. You know, you basically sit in a spaceship, you know, and you know, it moves around and you've got the screen and all that, and I was just kind of fascinated. So I started doing research on how that was made, and they're made from what's called Stewart platforms. And Stewart platforms have been around for a really long time. And it's basically allowing that 6 points of movement can move a rig in 6 degrees of freedom. And those are, you know, sway, surge, heave, roll, pitch, and yaw. And so basically with 6 actuators you can move every single degree of freedom that you need to. And then that led me to xsimulator.net, which that's a whole community of people that do DIY motion simulators. There's Thanos, who's a big guy that in the community who does the motion controllers, and those are just USB controllers that interpret the data that's sent out from the motion software, which is also made from people in the community. And so you just kind of learn this stuff. So I kind of started just picking up parts about 8 years ago, and built my first motion platform based off of somebody else's designs, admittedly, but it used rotary actuators instead of the linear ones that I have now. But I had young kids, you know, 10 and 6, and having rotary actuators that had 1,600 foot-pounds of torque were not good. My wife wanted to get cats, and basically that would chop a kid or a cat in half. So I ended up redesigning it with the linear actuators, and that's when I started getting into my own design. And that led me to realize that really designing motion platforms is not really that hard. I actually taught myself all the reverse kinematics equations and stuff so I could figure out, kind of work it out in my brain how it worked, but it's not necessary. Just kind of depends on how deep you want to get into it. But I wrote a quick program because I'm a software developer I've been in IT for the last 25 years. So I wrote a program to do those reverse kinematics, which basically reverse kinematics means I want this platform to move this place in space, so how do I move the actuators to get it moved in that place in the XYZ coordinates? Basically, you know, writing a program that did that, I kind of got my mind wrapped around it, and I realized it's really not all that complicated. All the dimensions and everything, you really can make a motion platform out of whatever space constraints you have. And in my situation, I had a 10-foot wide section by about 8 foot deep that I wanted to put the motion platform, so I kind of designed it around that. And then with my dabbling in CNC and the laser welding, I taught myself TIG welding when I was working on the race cars, and I recently got the laser welder. I actually have owned it for about 2 years, and I never even used it. Most of the welding on this upper portion of the rig is actually TIG welded, and I'm not a good TIG welder, but I can get enough penetration and everything where the welds don't crack. You know, some of them did on my monitor mounts, but we won't talk about that. But yeah, I broke out the laser welder, finally got that all done, set up and working, and that's how I made the mounts for my keyboard. Those are all laser welded. Some of the smaller mounts around the rig are using laser welder. So it's like Velkeeper77. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Rig's doing a little dance for you. That's the other advantage of being a software developer. I can make little interactions with the lights and the platform and everything. So as you build up channel points, you can redeem them for moving the rig around. I also have them not using channel points. You can do things like exclamation point twerk, or exclamation point dance, or exclamation point police, and it'll actually interact with the stream. So she sounds like you had a lot of DIY projects over the years. I love how you'll be able to put it into layman's terms. Well, and that's just it. I'm a layman, you know. And obviously a lot of people protect their trade secrets, right?
To the right.
You know, a lot of people have asked me wanted to license my designs and things like that, and wanted to go into business with me making motion platforms and stuff. And I'm like, I've owned my own business. I don't need to, you know, hide anything behind any sort of secrets or anything. So I'm always happy to share anything. I used to do that when I was in with my car stuff. I would decompile, you know, the ECU to Dodge Neon. And I ended up getting cease and desist from Daimler Chrysler at the time. So, you know, trying to help out others figuring out how to tune Dodge Neons, you know. But never seen a motion truck sim before. Super sick. Appreciate that. They're out there. There's not a lot of them, but yeah, I think got a little niche corner of the market here. So, coming from someone who studied mechanical engineering, it's amazing to hear someone learn all there on their own. Well, you know, and that's just it. I have an electronics engineering background and an IT background. Mechanic engineering, no. But it was kind of cool. You know, I built my own car, built my own race car, and it ended up getting featured on that racing channel. With the motion rig, you know, I've had people want to do photo shoots of it and video shoots and stuff like that, but I always kind of turned them down. But I figured, what the hell? I get a lot of questions about it, and I'm not good at production. So I figured, why not stream it and answer questions while I'm playing the game? So, and Dodge Neons were very fun. Before or after that, I got into GMC Typhoon. That's a turbocharged Jimmy, basically.
Keep to the right, and then exit right.
Jenny over on YouTube said hi. Hello, welcome in. But yeah, I got into kind of Dodge Neons because I that's all I could afford. Got into GMC Typhoons for a while.
Keep to the right.
Worked on tuning those
right.
things, learning how to do that. And then I got into Factory 5 GTM. I bought that, basically tore that all apart, put in a twin turbo LSX motor and the first ever Lamborghini transaxle. So I fabricated everything, kind of worked with some clutch manufacturers to make a Chevy engine to a Lamborghini clutch. That was a chore and a half. But yeah, just, you know, trial and error, lots and lots of trial and error. This is the third iteration of my motion rig. So, but yeah, putting it in layman's terms, that's the only way I can, you know, figure that stuff out. But, you know, my being a software developer kind of affords me learning about, you know, kind of breaking things down into subsections of things that I can understand on a little easier basis, and I just did that for the motion rig stuff. But there's also a fantastic community. There's like a Discord server for X Simulator as well as Thanos Motion, and everyone there is so helpful.
Right. And then turn right.
And answer a lot of questions, and, you know, they all write little programs and everything. So I'm a software developer now, but it's amazing to hear your story. It sounded like all the fun things I wanted to do for a job, but doesn't exist in the corporate world. That's very true. Yeah. I actually, after I sold my business, I tried to get into flight simulation. There's several outfits here in Arizona that do flight simulation with motion, without motion, and I'm like, it's like right up my alley, but they won't even look at me. They won't even
Continue straight.
consider any application because I don't have the college background and stuff like that. So it's kind of weird. The corporate world is weird, but that's why I ended up kind of starting my own business with my business partner and kind of doing things our way.
Keep to
And
the
it worked.
left, and then turn left.
Did over $100 million in revenue off something we built from
Turn
scratch.
left.
So it's, you know. And even in that, it was one of those things where the way we were doing it in the promotional products industry was like nobody else. We basically took a data feed and put 2 million SKUs up on Google Shopping every morning automatically. And nobody else in the industry did that. So, you know, it's one of those things you just kind of find out how to, you know, if there's no rules against it, you're technically not breaking any rules, and you can be creative and figure out ways to do it. That kind of goes for mechanical stuff, goes for electrical stuff. But it also bothers me that there's such a paywall getting into motion simulation. And granted, my rig is really expensive. It's not a good example of a budget rig. But you know, there are companies out there that are charging $75,000 for a 6 degree of freedom motion rig that moves maybe a quarter of the capabilities of this rig. And I have $50,000 into this entire thing. That includes, you know, $8,000 in cameras. That includes, you know, $10,000 in PCs. I mean,
Continue straight.
it's ridiculous what people are kind of charging for these motion rigs. And realistically, you can build one for, on average, about $1,000 per degree of freedom. So if you want a 3 degree of freedom, it costs about $2,500 to $3,000. If you do it yourself with some creative 3D printing, and yes, you can actually 3D print these things, like Silent Chill on YouTube, he has a bunch of videos where he shows how he puts together 3D printed actuators that are the same dimensions as my rig. And sometimes they break, admittedly, but I think he built his 6 degree of freedom rig for about $2,000. So, you know, that's huge. My motion platform is about 11. So you know, you're talking about a $9,000 spread there. And he purely is DIY. He designed his own actuators. Yeah, it is very cheap for a 6 degree of freedom. So, especially when, you know, some people see the cubic systems for $75,000. That's ridiculous. You don't need to spend $75,000. And what that tells you is, oh, you can't do it unless you're rich or, you know, have the FU money. Well, that's not true.
Turn right.
So, you just have to know where to look. And that's kind of my whole purpose behind, because just over the years, I had one video up on YouTube where my son was doing a roller coaster simulator on my old version of this platform, and it got like 270,000 views. And I'm like, well, clearly people are interested in it. So, but I can't make videos. I'm not a creative person. So, but I love playing on my motion rig. So, I figure that's where streaming comes into play. So. People who are willing to learn and are curious do amazing. Yeah, and that's just it. It's not anything that it takes a genius to figure out. It just takes a little bit of determination. I am no genius by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm just extremely determined.
Keep to the left, and then turn left.
And it pays off. It's fun.
Turn left.
Now, see, if my wife was awake, she would be tormenting me with moving the rig around while I try to back this trailer in, but
we're here. This is where we needed to be.
STN, hello on Twitch. Welcome. Appreciate you watching. How's it going tonight? Let's see how bad I can botch this trailer park here. Cut it too sharp. Oh, hey, somebody's messing with me. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You're testing out the new point redemption. All right, so... And man, that throws off my whole sense of balance. Start moving the rig around. Makes me feel like something's going. My darling Samire, do you mainly stream on Twitch? As it sits right now, yes. I'm trying to get into the multi-streaming. I think right now we've got a stream going on YouTube, both vertical and horizontal, as well as, I believe, TikTok. I don't know if TikTok is still going or not, but we've got a few followers over there. But yeah, I'm trying to break out into as many streaming platforms as possible, but Twitch has been my my primary as of so far. So got quite a few people have done subscriptions and everything, which I'm super thankful for, and I'm also very thankful for all the followers and everything. So, and I did not actually botch that parking job, which was nice. That is the best thing ever. Well, I appreciate that. It is fun. You know, the whole motion and everything, and you have the haptics, and, you know, I've got the active shifter, I've got the active brake pedal, I've got butt kicker, I've got the motion platform. So pretty much between that and the, you know, the wheel, I mean, I have so much tactile feedback all over the place. It's so much immersion. It's awesome. Let's see if we can make our way back to the northwest here. Veilkeeper just subscribed. Thank you very, very much. You are awesome. Wow. And unfortunately, my chat bot did not catch that. I'm very sorry about that. I've encountering some bots. It should have, let's see if we can see if we can do a little fake one here. All right, so just imagine your name in there. So it should have done this when you subscribed. So, but thank you so much. That is awesome. That is way more than I could ask for anybody. I just appreciate all the follows and everything. But no, the subscriptions are awesome. Try to keep the ads down to 30 seconds every 60 minutes. But no, it's awesome. I very much appreciate that. And I found, you know, it's supposed to react to subscriptions, bits. It's supposed to any channel raids, stuff like that. But for some reason, I think I broke it at some point tonight. Probably trying to rush and get online for a little bit. So got a little squatty trailer up to Victoria, British Columbia. I think we can do that.
Let's get going.
Oh. There's our trailer. So Vale, do you stream on Twitch? I haven't had a chance to check out your channel or anything, so apologize about that, but I try to do that after every stream. I try to reciprocate the follows and all that, especially if you're streaming and whatnot. Don't mind that honk there.
Like you always say, better never than late. Let's get moving.
I used to stream, yeah. Wanting to get back into it, nice. This is my first go at it. I've been at, I think, about a week and a half now, so I'm very, very new into streaming. I watch a lot of people streaming, but streaming myself is a whole different thing. Tried to get my wife into streaming, but as soon as she saw her face on camera, she's like, nope. So I repurposed some of the gear and then made it into me streaming. So
Up ahead. Turn right.
but it's my wife's voice on the GPS, so she's part of the stream. I used AI to clone her voice. You're doing well for a week and a half. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do my best to try to take the feedback and implement changes and change the chat bot, do all that stuff, so. It was kind of a mess tonight trying to get the multi-streaming going with the vertical feed on TikTok and YouTube, as well as the horizontal feed on Twitch and YouTube. So I wasted probably 4 hours tonight trying to figure all that stuff out. Then I realized I had to schedule streams on YouTube in order to do the 2 separate ones. I didn't figure that out till like
turn left.
Hell, almost 10 o'clock tonight, local time here.
Turn left.
Looks like we got 30 people over on YouTube. Welcome in. Appreciate you watching. Got 10 people on Twitch, which is very cool. Appreciate that.
Up ahead, turn left. Turn left.
And hopefully in the near future, we're going to get some more streams with other games going. I got Assetto Corsa Rally installed last night. Got the motion working on that. Oh, ad break. Those with subscriptions don't have the ad break right now, but everyone else does. So we'll wait till the red lights stop. That means the ad break's over. Ace, thank you for following on Twitch. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Always, always appreciate the follows. That's awesome. Thank you.
Continue straight.
Heard very good things about Assetto Rally. It is an amazing game. It looks awesome. That Unreal Engine is just amazing. What do we got here? Let's get over here. Yeah, coupled with the motion, it's just crazy. The fact that it's Unreal, you can use the UEVR and do VR with it like easily, which is awesome. But it looks amazing. The telemetry that's coming out of it is awesome. Some people are complaining about the force feedback on the wheels, but I didn't find anything bad about it. So, but yeah, it's really fun. So I'm gonna try to get that going. I got Forza Motorsport, Forza Horizon 5, Microsoft Flight Sim, Farming Sim 25, So got a few that we're going to be hopefully streaming more of. Finally got this dang cockpit together. Well, congratulations. It took a while. Ended up putting a couple parts backwards. I feel you on that one. I've done that so many times, it's not even funny. But congrats on getting your rig together. How long is the haul I'm doing? This one is going up to Victoria, BC. From California, we're 1,113 miles. So this will probably be the last haul for tonight. Gotta try to get some rest for tomorrow, but Veilkeeper, looking forward to seeing those streams. Oh, I look forward to having people watch them. But yeah, it should be fun because you start to see the craziness of this rig. If I roll over the truck or something, you see the craziness, and you'll see some of the clips and stuff on the stream. But yeah, it's pretty fun. And then with like flight sims, you get into those really long sweeping movements. So Forza lobby, that hopefully
and
at some point.
Turn left.
I've done a 14-hour haul recently.
Turn left.
And I'm editing the video now. Dang. See, that's I am not good at the editing and everything, which is why I'm doing the streaming. I'll grab little clips here and there, and I'll do shorts and whatnot, but even that is I'm just not good at it. Buddy of mine at 37 Plays, he's on YouTube. He does live streams, he does YouTube videos, shorts, you name it, and I cannot imagine how much editing he does. He always tells me that he's in editing hell, so that kind of tells me something right there. And I've had a lot of people asking me to make videos about the motion platform, and I'm just not good at that. And I'm always playing, so I figured grab a camera, set it up, and just stream it. That way people can ask questions and see how things work, and I can explain it. And I get to play the games, so it's kind of a win-win. 157 has me messed up, so I roll back. Same. I messed with my chat bot so long tonight, and then I saw the 157 was rolled out. Oh, geez. Oh,
to the right.
we just went back for
right.
Just got scroll hell on.
Turn right.
And we just lost the chat. I think I saw something in there about nice motion rig. Thank you very much. I apologize if I missed the other. Oh no, it's okay. That's actually supposed to happen. It's just I'm supposed to block myself from seeing all those in the chat. So I'm not even dealing with 157. Oh, so I don't blame you. I rolled back to 156 because I saw how many conflicts there were, and I just didn't want to deal with it tonight. So. When you play Forza, do you have to swap out a bunch of things on your rig, or do you just use the ATS setup? Okay, so here's the thing. Let me. So this is a Moza AB9. It's an active shifter, and I can set this to sequential shifter, as well as I can do an H pattern shifter. So just in the Moza software, I can change that. So I can put a shift knob on here. I've got that. I've got my handbrake. The wheel is removable, and I've got a formula wheel as well as just a regular round steering wheel over here. So I can throw that on there. This wheel mount, I just fabricated this whole thing yesterday, actually, to kind of tilt a little bit more. But if I can take the wheelbase and mount it on top and tilt it down, and it'll be more of a formula style wheel position. This seating position is more of a formula style because it's more comfortable, and it also holds me in for all the motion movements and everything. But I've designed this to where my foot pedals are on a rotating platform. This side is the racing pedals, but I can remove some pins, rotate the whole pedal platform, put the pins back in, and I've got rudder pedals. I've got a second AB9 over on my left side. It's not here right now, but that allows me to do dual joysticks. I've also got a little thing that I can swap out for the throttle panel, so I can do HOTAS, the hands-on throttle and stick, so I can do flight sim. Basically, I've kind of designed this to where no more than probably 5 minutes, and I can switch between flight, racing, off-road, trucking, farming, space sims, roller coaster sims, boat sims, train sims. I mean, it's kind of all over the map. So it doesn't actually take me very much. It's about 5 minutes at most. The tilting this up to do the trucking is probably the most involved, because I have to take the wheelbase and put it on the bottom, and I attach everything, and then I tilt it up a little bit, and then I've got this just so that it's a little more natural feeling instead of it was upright, and I just didn't like it that way. So that's probably the longest to switch between. So, but a few minutes at most, not a big deal. So apologize for the long explanation, but it's kind of this is all purpose built for quick changes. So, man, that's so awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. There are things. I'm already designing the next version of this motion platform, and the next version of it is going to actually have a seating position that will change from upright like trucking. So I would be actually more,
exit right.
sitting upright as you would in a truck or a tractor or something like that. And then with some motors will actually recline me, change my pedal platform height, and go into more of an F1 style seating position. So that's the next version. But it's kind of in that upgrade hell long-term thing. Long-term goal for you to, and see, that's just it. This all is just a gradual progression from a stationary Oboto Revolution
and then
rig sitting on my floor to this, so it's never ending.
Exit right.
But yeah, and these Moza AB9s, I'm not sponsored by anybody, so I just absolutely love these shifters, because they're not only flight sticks, they're also H-pattern shifters, and they're also sequential shifters. So I don't have to swap these out, which is awesome. So I can run an excavator, and I can run an H-pattern. I can run if I'm rocking an R34 Skyline, I can have an actual shifter on my left side, which is awesome. I use a full air ride seat from Real Truck. XBG, on my 3 Degree of Freedom, when I first started getting into ATS, I had a seat out of a Cascadia, so the Freightliner, with the air ride. So I was bouncing around with the actuators, and the air ride seat was bouncing. It was so much fun. It was awesome. And I set it up so the feeling, because I was actually learning in a Freightliner when I was going for my CDL, and so I had everything set up from memory that I could while I was taking my CDL courses. So I set everything up so it was real similar. I put on a VR helmet, and boom, it was enough to get me through my CDL class and passed with flying colors. So, but yeah, that air ride seat was amazing. The only thing that it sucked was when I wanted to go to racing. It just really wasn't doing it for me. So I'm building a Kenworth K220 cab. Sweet. So you're building an entire cab. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Some people have these entire purpose-built cabs for just trucking, and that's awesome. And I would do that, but then I'd be like, well, I want to do rally racing, or I want to do flight sims. So mostly a lot of stuff, if I'm not streaming, I'm in VR. I've got a Pimax Crystal Super and Quest 3, and a big screen Beyond 2E over here. So on a chassis too. Wow. That's wild. And see, now you just need to add motion to it. Just do that on all the four corners of it, and you'll have a full, absolute 100% immersion there. So that sounds awesome. That sounds like a hell of a project, and not something I would fit in my basement. I've got a big basement, but not that big. You know, there's that Warthog project guy, if you've ever seen him on YouTube. He's built an entire replica cockpit out of an A10 Warthog. And he's got the wraparound screens and the whole thing, so it's awesome. That's why I'm trying to do Can It Be Done? Well, anything can be done, but yeah, you could technically take the chassis, even with the suspension on there, you could put actuators under just so you could simulate the movement. You could put actuators under the cab, so instead of the cab suspension, you could actually have the cab bouncing around and the kind of the unsprung weight, if you will. So
to the left.
It's in a big shed. I'm in Australia. Yeah, I mean, you could do it with enough ingenuity and money. I'm not gonna lie, that would probably be pretty expensive, but if you're doing an entire chassis build, you already kind of understand how much that is. But yeah, I mean, or you could take the entire thing, put it on a Steward platform like mine, but of course then it would be so many feet up in the air. This design has more of a sunken design, so I can actually get in and out of it, because my ceilings are only 8 feet in the basement, so I had to build it to where I'm not crashing it into the ceiling and whatnot. But if you're building it in a shed with high ceilings, you could put it on a 6 degree of freedom platform, and you could have a full motion, absolutely everything, you know, kind of all into one. I mean, that's the dream build, 100%. That's,
To the left.
if I had unlimited space and time and money, that's what I would do. I would have one for flight, one for rally cars, one for street cars. I mean, I would do it. I'd take my Viper out in the garage and put it on a motion rig if I could. So I did a real Cessna and a real diesel sim train for a company. The plane is in someone's lounge room. That's awesome. That's very cool. So you know exactly what you're getting into then. So no, that's those purpose-built things are amazing. I just don't have enough room, so I have to build one that kind of encompasses everything just a little bit. So, but for the most part, you know, this fits the bill for me. I'm thinking of adding some extra buttons and maybe some tablets over here on the sides, but I can switch, you know, I can race cars, I can fly spaceships, I can fly planes, I can drive trucks, I can drive tractors, and it's all enough immersion for me with this setup. So, but yeah, I would love purpose built for every single one. That's super goals. Then my poor kids wouldn't have a place to put their computers, or my wife wouldn't have, you know, her craft rooms and everything else. So. Just curious on motion platform, if I wanted to race Forza, I'd just go inside and use the other wheel. Yeah, and that's just it. But when you race Forza like Horizon 5 and do that whole intro where you're dropping out of the planes and doing, you know, off-roading and on-roading and, you know, supercars and rally trucks and stuff like that, the motion is just awesome. Also, actually on YouTube as well. Hello, hello. Nice to see you on both platforms. Are you on the vertical or the horizontal stream? Because I think I have one of each. vertical. Nice. So you got that 3 stack. That's a new thing as of today. I got that going. Man, I struggled with that, getting the dual YouTube stream going. That was just... But you can see I added the extra camera so you can see the whole rig. So I was getting questions from people. They're just like, well, so how does this have 6 actuators? Is it 5? Is it 4? This way people can actually see, everything underneath. I might reposition it. That's the best position I could get with the cables that I have right now. So motion will be solely for trucking only. LOL, good idea. Another project race car. Yeah. Well, like I said, if you have the space, man, if I had unlimited space, I mean, I've got a 5,000 square foot house and it's full of I've got a drum room. I've got 2 different drum sets. My wife's got a craft room that we're working on, so we're getting that. The basement. I've got this motion rig. I've got another motion rig off to my left here. I've got my streaming desktop PC over here. Kids each have their desks, and then I'm building a full-size arcade and the whole thing. So I just don't have the room for it. My garages are full of CNC equipment, 2 race cars, currently a bunch of solar panels for a solar project I'm doing, and so I literally just don't have the space unless I'm going to go put it up on the roof or something. Which, if it weren't so damn hot in Arizona, I probably would. Because that would be awesome. Sounds like my house, but no kids, just me. Yeah. Well, that's just it. My kids are 14 and 18, so they're still at home. My oldest just turned 18 a few days ago on the 15th, so... yeah, so I've got to take them into consideration. But hey, once they move out, their rooms are fair game, for, because I could have a flight sim in one, I could have a trucking sim in another, you have the racing sim in the basement. My youngest just left home now. Well, congratulations. That's big.
Keep to the left.
I think I've got a few more years. I told my my kids that they can stay at home as long as they're either going to school, or if they're not in school, they'll pay me rent. But and hopefully they don't watch this stream later on. But if they pay me rent, it's just going to go into a savings account for them for a down payment for a house, so they can own a house. So I'm not against them, as long as they're not, just doing it without, just, lounging on the couch and stuff. I don't work anymore, but that doesn't mean that they don't have to. They need to learn what it is to trudge your way up from the bottom and make a fair living. It's very fair what I did. Yeah, and that's just it. I became very fortunate with owning my business. It was very successful. Made quite a bit of money, and when I sold it, I made quite a bit of money. So, thankfully, at 49, I don't have to work anymore. But I just have everything kind of invested. Which over the past week, I've lost tens and tens of thousands of dollars in the stocks. But we won't go there. But yeah, just because we have that does not mean that they won't know what it's like to pay for college and whatnot. So wish that's where my rent went towards when I lived at home. I just paid the bills. Yeah, same. And it's that whole adage about not repeating the same mistakes with your kids. So I was thrown out when I was young, at 18. Both my mother and my father decided I needed to not be at home. So same, but I got 11 years on you. Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, I'll tell you what. Even 11 years my senior, it's you're in a fortunate position if you can do the stuff you're doing now. Because man, my dad He retired when I think he was 69 or 70. And he worked his butt off his whole life. And unfortunately, he passed away when he was 70. So I'm trying not to do that as well. So, it's one of those things about trying to enjoy the fruits of your labor kind of thing. So instead of trying to make more money, I'm happy with where I'm at. And enjoy things, going on trips with the family. I'm able to, I've been fortunate for the last 12 years. I've been able to go to every single event that my kids have had at school. Their award ceremonies, you name it. So I still drive trucks just weekends now. Okay, all right. Well, even just weekends, that's a huge change. Been talking to my wife. She owns her own salon, and she's been talking about going down to maybe just a few days a week. So, but she still works full time, and that's purely by choice. So, which more power to her. I commend her for that, and I'm all over the road here.
Keep to the left.
After I sold my business, I tried to get into heavy equipment operating and construction industry, and I got my CDL so I could haul the equipment and all that, but nobody wants a 49-year-old newbie in the construction field, so it was very hard to find work. My darling, I'm stuck working a restaurant, but I really wanted to do trucking when growing up. I know a lot of people talk about being stuck. I think anytime you have a job, you feel stuck. Even owning a business, I was constantly chasing, problems, chasing bugs, and fighting off hackers and everything else, and I kind of felt stuck, which is why I kind of decided to sell my portion of the business. So, but my whole thing is I've worked in restaurants, I've stocked shelves at grocery stores, I've been a bagger at a grocery store, I've been a dishwasher, I've been in IT, I've done groundwork and IT stuff, and I've been all the way up to director level and own my own business. So, even if you work at a restaurant, just bust your ass, work an honest day, and it'll be recognized. It'll pay off. My dad stocked shelves, and by the time he retired, he had his Dodge Viper and a Corvette Z06 that he bought brand new off the lot, stocking shelves at a grocery store. So any job you work hard at, do well, and you're never truly stuck. So that's my old man wisdom there. So all right, we're getting slow here. Last thing I need to do is rear end a tanker. Well, I appreciate that. The best thing we could do is pass on that wisdom to others. It's one of those things that, I grew up outside of the internet. That didn't start happening until, late 90s, early 2000s, and then I was too broke to get a computer. So I didn't have a lot of resources of doing those things, but definitely if able to share that wisdom. I share it with my kids, and they're brilliant kids now. They're my oldest is in a STEM school doing he's done Arduino projects and building mock bridges, and he's in honors classes all throughout his senior year now, and some bright kids. But the only thing I've told him is, hey, do what's asked of you, nothing less, nothing more, and you'll be fine. I never had a father. I had to do it the hard way. Same. My dad was down in Arizona, and I grew up in Oregon. Please pull a vehicle in for inspection. And my stepfather would rather backhand me than give me advice. So yeah, I kind of was in the same realm, which is
Okay, we'll try a different route.
why I do a lot of stuff in my adulthood that I
Turn
should have been doing when I was in in my childhood. But definitely don't repeat that same thing with my kids. So. Oh wait, I forgot I have my own emotes. That you do. And over on Twitch, you can redeem the channel points to make the rig move around. So.
Okay, we'll try a different route.
Yeah, my stepfather was an abusive drunk too. Yep, right there with you. My whole story was when I'd wake up late for school, I was so scared that I would climb the tree. We lived in Oregon, so we had these like really crazy tall trees. I would climb the tree in the backyard with a blanket and a pillow, and I would go to sleep in the tree until he left for work so he wouldn't get mad at me. So, yeah, very interesting situation. I made sure not to repeat that with my kids. Yeah, I would definitely not wish that on anybody. So, I can say it definitely made me who I am today, but it was the hard way for sure. We're 680 miles out from Victoria, BC. It is 1:30 in the morning here in Arizona. So yeah, this is definitely going to be my last haul tonight. But yeah, I was like just constantly walking on nails. Any little thing would cause a fight. Couldn't wait to get. Yeah. My biggest thing was I remember one time I was in a. And this gets kind of dark, but I was in a. I had to stay home from school because I was sick, and my stepfather took me to the store. And apparently I got too close to him, and he felt me breathing on his arm, so he turned around, smacked me, and told me to stay farther away from him. So, yeah, in the middle of a store. So, stuff like that. Kids don't need to deal with that stuff. You don't need to deal with that kind of stuff when you're trying to learn everything else growing up. So, but yeah, not a good situation. I think that's why I'm so laid back how I am now. So, I mean, hell, my basement flooded a few weeks ago. We had some just horrendous rains in Arizona, and the basement patios have the drains and everything that the sump pumps pump it out in the backyard. Well, those clogged up, and my wife woke me up, and the whole basement was basically filling with water, and I just had to all right, we can figure this out. I didn't get mad about it. I just got a water pump, threw it in down there, cleaned out the drains, pulled 60 gallons of water out of the carpet in one of the rooms. No point in getting mad over stuff, Gotta say, your story's amazing. I'd be happy if I could reach what you've accomplished. Well, if I could do it, anyone else can do it. There was nothing special afforded to me other than time to read things and learn things and pass that wisdom on to my kids and others and my employees and everything else. So that had to be a fun time cleaning. It was wild. So we had the basement patio had water up to my knees, and so I remember I have a pump that I use to periodically drain our pool. So I took the pump, threw it in the water, ran the hose out over the driveway so it would empty out elsewhere, and that gave us enough time to get the water down below the entryway of the doors because it was just seeping into the doors. So yeah, we had SF Wong for the subscription. Thank you very much. I am so sorry that the rig isn't dancing around. It should be, but I broke that today. But thank you very much for the subscription. That's awesome. You're amazing. That is more than I could ever ask for. But yeah, so, but you know, putting the kids to work, we all kind of pitched in, and we did a bucket brigade pulling water out of the carpeting. You know, we were using a wet dry vac and a shampooer, just pulling water out and then dumping it into a bucket, and the kids would take the bucket out to the outside, and we live just right off of a mountain here in Arizona, so we get all the wash from the mountain. And we had a raging river down our street, and they were putting boulders in the street, probably the size of small pumpkins. It was absolutely wild, the kind of water we had. And because we're in kind of a flood control area, we get all the water that washes down off the mountain. So all of that flash flood kind of went into our basement, and it was all dirty water. Thank you for the subscription over on YouTube there, XBG. That's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, we had this muddy water, but you know, just use that opportunity to pull it all out of the carpet, and then ran a dehumidifier and an ionizer or ozone generator, so it would help kill off any organic material. We had to seal everything off so it wouldn't kill the cats and, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, it was quite an adventure. And then once we got everything kind of dried out and everything, we had a company come in, do a good carpet clean, and we had no mold, we had no ruined drywall, any of that stuff. So at least didn't have any crocs in the water. Florida has some great, yeah, man. Seeing those crocodiles walk across things like golf courses and stuff in Florida, it's like absolutely no thank you. I completely forgot to stop at the scale. Oops. But yeah, the most we have are, you know, some rodents and stuff that come out when the waters get crazy, or termites and stuff like that. But thankfully, we have reasonably good seals on our doors, so the water was coming in. It wasn't like rushing in, but it was enough to, you know, get a few inches of water in the basement. So the wife had every towel known to man out of our house on the floor, sopping things up, and we, man, it was quite an ordeal. So. I'm semi-retired now, ex-Air Force. Had my fun. Domestic, electrical, and IT work. Yes, thank you very much for your service. Appreciate that. It's awesome. Domestic, electrical, and IT work. Wow. That definitely spans quite a range of skills there. Semi-retired. It's a good place to be. I don't know if I'm going to stay quote-unquote retired at 49. That's kind of why I'm streaming, because I go kind of crazy, thinking I have to be working throughout the day. You know, truth be told, when I sold my half of the business to my business partner, he replaced me with AI. Claude Code and ChatGPT is writing the code now for that company. So I wanted to join the Air Force and fly jets, but the recruiter at my high school said I'd never fly due to wearing glasses. Oh, hey, somebody's playing around with the rig commands. That is throwing my, man, that's messing with my head. Never fly due to wearing glasses, so I never served and was just crushed. You know, I was kind of in the same boat. I am actually an albino. I'm a type 2 oculocutaneous albino. I don't have pink eyes, I have blue eyes. But I joined the Navy. along with my brother. And my brother has brown hair, brown eyes, and we both joined the Navy at the same time. He aced the ASVAB. I got a 96, so the recruiters were just loving me. I had vision issues, but they're like, oh, well, you'll get your BCs, the birth control glasses. So I gave everything away, gave all my clothes away, gave my cars away, donated as much as I could. Got rid of everything, went into the Navy thinking I was going to be in for 6 years. I was in in my second week of boot camp, and I got pulled aside for my vision for getting the birth control glasses, the BCs, and the doctor looked into my eye, and he kind of did a double take, and he looked into my eye again. He said, "Did you know you're an albino?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, why didn't you tell anybody?" I said, "Well, nobody asked." He says, "Well, you're going home." So I got thrown into separations because I'm an albino from the Navy. And I spent more time in separations with all the, the crazies. They called the nuts and bolts, the psych releases. I was in the limps and gimps, all the medicals. And then there was the drugs and thugs, which were the guys that were smuggling drugs or getting into fights and stuff. So I spent more time in separations than I did in boot camp. They sent me home with the clothes on my back and $110 in my pocket. And so that was in my early 20s. So I tried to go serve, so I appreciate you being able to serve. It sucks you can't fly jets. That's a bummer. I wore glasses for reading and I still flew. It's absolutely crazy. The hell for being an albino. I have to do it. Well, okay, so it gets a little deep into the woods. I'll try to keep it really simple. Albinos, type 1s, typically have low vision. And that's why the people you see with the really crazy white hair, I'm bald, but the crazy white hair and the pink eyes, they usually have very thick glasses. The Navy does not distinguish between type 1 and type 2. I am a type 2 albino, so I have not great vision, but I don't have low vision. So I don't have night blindness. I don't have any of that stuff. My vision is about 20/40. The problem is they don't distinguish between type 1 and type 2. So as soon as they saw that I have no pigment in my eyes, they classified me as an albino. An albino, period, is a liability to the Navy. So they don't distinguish. So I didn't get a chance to say, hey, I only have 20/40. It's not a big deal. So I got released. But the interesting part is now all these years later, they have implantable contact lens and lens replacement and things like that. My mom got 20/20 vision. My business partner got it. He got like 20/10 vision from his. They actually had to tune it. He was doing 1-point font. His vision was so sharp. And so I was like, man, I'm missing out on this. So I went to go get the tests for implantable lenses. And I come to find out that because I'm an albino, I don't have what's called a fovea dip in the back of my eye. And that's a little dip in the very back of your eye where the light focuses. I don't have that. So the light can't focus to 20/20. So no matter what glasses I wear, no matter contacts or anything else, I cannot achieve 20/20 vision. I've never had it in my life, never know what it'll be like. I'm stuck at 20/40. So I barely got my CDL because of you need a 20/40 or better vision, unassisted, and it can't be corrected to anything better. So the Navy was on par with a little bit, but I do have a weird oddity because I'm an albino. So, but I didn't know that until I was late in my 40s. That I don't have a fovea dip. It's the weirdest damn thing you'll ever, think about. But they scan the inside of your eyeball to get the shape and everything so they can determine, the best lenses for you and everything. When they scanned mine, they kind of were like, we need to scan you again because there's something not there that should be. And they had had to coordinate with other eye doctors and everything, and yeah, they determined that I have no fovea dip. So there's your little lesson in the albinos today. So, but being an albino living in Arizona, I cannot tan. All I do is burn. So living in Arizona as an albino is a chore. Have a friend with the Roy Orbison eyes, one green, one blue. He flies F-35s. Nice. I know we have those F-35s based out of Phoenix here. Luke Air Force Base, I think, has F-35s. That's awesome, though. Yeah, the dichromatic eyes, that's killer. I'm Irish. I burn too. Yeah. Well, that's just it. I don't have melanin. It's an absence of melanin, which is part of being an albino. So, it's impossible for me to tan. So I've never had a tan in my life. But I can go outside for about 5 minutes and get up to 2nd-degree burns. So I have to wear that comically crazy high 100+ SPF in order to go outside for an extended period of time. So
Keep to the left.
Definitely a bummer. Even living in Oregon for 17 years, you know, I can get sunburns from cloudy days. It's pretty crazy. I'm Irish too. In Australia, I lobster. Oh man, you picked a horrible spot to live as an Irishman. Yeah, it sounds like it. Honestly, if you burn, if you don't tan, if you have fair skin, anywhere with sunlight is a bad place to live. It's just. Thankfully, I've made it to 49 and not had skin cancer. I don't know how.
Keep to the left.
But I got 2nd-degree burns from just going tubing down the river when I was a kid. And, you know, whoa, hey, somebody's playing. They're doing a little bit of yaw there. Oh, see, and makes me feel like I'm losing control of the rig here. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. But yeah, luckily I haven't developed skin cancer with all the burns that I've had. So, oh, it's Veilkeeper over on Twitch. I appreciate you testing those out. I need to get the feedback on who's doing it, so I'll try to fix that tomorrow on the chat bot. But also the subscription interface and everything. I don't know why that broke. Also, I don't know if the twerk and fail and all that stuff is in there. I'll try to get those added into the channel point redemptions. 60 years here, touch wood, I'm still good. Wow, congratulations, that's very good. Yeah, I've known people that,
to the left.
you know, are very lucky, and I've known some that have been very unlucky and have had just chunks taken out of their face and arms and everything else from having skin cancer, so it's crazy. All right, man, got to go to bed. Have physical therapy session in 6 hours. Got into a horrible car accident. Oh, man, back in Halloween. This lady blew a red light. Oh, damn. Well, I'm glad you're okay, at least enough to be here on with us today, so hope your night goes well. Thank you for hanging out, chatting. Congrats on the rig build. Hopefully you get to enjoy it soon. Hope your physical therapy isn't too painful. But think it's working towards it's a means to an end. So thank you very much for the subscription over on YouTube. Appreciate that. Have a good night. Thank you again. Make Niche Twerk is in channel points. Okay, so it is in. Okay. I added 20 interactions. I can't remember which ones are in, which ones are not. So yes, definitely. Hope it goes well. Have a good night. Thank you for dropping by. And thank you for the discussion. It's always welcome on these long hauls. And Veil, just for if you don't have enough channel points, you can do the exclamation point commands for testing them out, and those should still work without redeeming channel points. So I'm trying not to keep people behind paywalls and all that kind of stuff, but I need something to spend the channel points on. My wife accrued like 9,000, over 9,000, and so we need to have some way to spend them. So you on Twitch with movement commands might have some fun. Well, and that's actually, you know, people are like, oh, what if people troll you? And I'm like, bring it on, troll me, have me dancing all over the place, make my lights flash and rig, doing all kinds of things. Yeah, see, there's the police. So now we got, you know, red, blue flashing throughout the basement here. So yeah, uncapped truckers on Twitch playing with the commands. Yeah, so it's no, it's inviting people to troll me with those. Oh geez, here we go, twerking. Get a little bit of music, get a little bit of Tina from Bob's Burgers doing a little twerk there on the screen. So. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with something that I don't see a lot on Twitch or YouTube for that matter, and that's the whole interacting with my lights and my motion rig. So. The developer of the software that I use actually told me the other day that I was the first person to figure out how to make his software do that manually while getting telemetry data from a game. So I figure I accomplished something new. But I'm completely on my own because nobody's done it before. So I've never seen motion rig commands. Yeah, and you'll eventually see them over on YouTube. I just blew through all of my credits. I had 10,000 credits on YouTube today with Google, but I blew through them doing all the debugging, so they won't be active until tomorrow. But YouTube should be able to interact with the motion rig starting tomorrow. So, one-of-a-kind stream, this one. Hey, you know, and that's what I'm shooting for, Vale. That's it's always about that value add, you know. What makes you want to watch my stream over Jam or Armstrong or Scotty or Flankenbagger or, you know, Oso Actually or Toxic Crush or, you know, any of them. So, well played, good sir. Well played. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just the creativity, trying to do something. You're a legend. No, Oso, you are, because you guys helped me on this this journey. Oso actually was one of the very, very kind people to help me out, and was one of the very first followers on the stream. So it is all love. This community is awesome. Streamers helping streamers. That's the gentleman who does all the trucking with the Armstrong. I follow him on Twitch and YouTube. I don't know him. I've briefly chatted with him. Yeah, Armstrong Gaming. Yep, that's the one. I mean, his whole setup is very purpose built. He has so many wheels and shifters and everything else. So, but yeah, you know, they've got their value add. They've got the crazy setups and all the collection of the wheels and you know, in Armstrong Gaming, he does the farm sim streams, I believe, as well. So I watched him on those, but it's yeah. I mean, there's tons of people. And, you know, I put on probably 4 or 5 streams all simultaneously between the motion rig PC. I've usually, when I'm working on the rig, I have a stream on each of them. And I have 1 or 2 on my desktop PC. And then probably 1 on my phone. And I just kind of keep them all going and hear the interactions. You know, Jam all the way. He's got his 3D printed setup. Absolutely awesome. He's got the watermelon lights and everything in his rig. And he's got, I think, four monitors on his setup. I mean, just the creativity on across all these things. It's hard to come up with something that other people don't have. So, I'm just a fan of a good rig. It's inspirational. Same, and that's just it. It's you know, Flankenbagger. I watch his stream, and he's got the interaction with the game. And I was like, oh, I wonder if I could give people interaction with the game, and so they could run me into walls and stuff. Because, you know, hitting a wall in this, you know, it does actually hurt. But you know, hitting straight forward into a wall actually does hurt. So I was like, well, maybe that's not a good idea. And so I figured, you know, the chat interaction with the stream or with the motion rig is kind of that next step up. So I took inspiration from others, just expanded on it. I might do the game interaction at some point, but I got to figure out a way to kind of make it my own, you know.
Keep to the left.
When we stream, we do reviews on Wheels Games and Farm Sim. They're affiliates of Giant. Oh, okay. Yeah, and you know, I'm not an affiliate of anybody. Well, I take that back. I'm a Twitch affiliate now. I got my Twitch affiliate status. Thank you, everyone, for that, because I could not do that without people following and watching the streams. So that's awesome. But I'm not able to do any earnings on YouTube, and Twitch takes a pretty massive cut of subscriptions and ad revenue and all that. So, but yeah, I don't have any sponsorships for, you know, I run all Moza gear. I'm not sponsored by Moza. I'm not a, you know, a Giants affiliate or anything. I'd love to. I think that'd be cool. But, you know, there's Gamer Cop. There's, gosh, what are the big farm simmers? Oh, their names are escaping me right now. It's almost 2 in the morning here. My brain's fried, but you know, I watch all them, and they do such a good job on stuff like that. It's like I could never compete with that. So, and really, the motion rig thing is the kind of the element that not a lot of streamers have. Some do, like Silent Chill. He does a lot of. I haven't seen him lately because he's rebuilding a rig. He's doing an extremely unique sliding design for a motion rig. It's absolutely awesome. But he's done some stuff, and there's a couple guys that do like flight sim stuff quite a bit and do reviews and all that. But I'm not good at videos. I'm not very creative. I'm technical. Give me something technical, I'll figure it out. You create something? No, I'm not good at it. So coming up with those, you know, the scenes and the sets and the production value and all that stuff, no. I can get a good camera and I can get a decent picture out of it, kind of thing. But you're the second one I've seen, but the first with chat commands. Okay, yeah, and that's just it. It's they're out there. Motion rigs are much more popular nowadays. When I started 8 years ago, it was very few and far between that you would ever run across anyone with a motion rig. But you know, a lot of companies have, you know, like E-Racing Labs, you know, you can get a 3DOF motion rig now for $2,500. Add that onto your, you know, track racer rig or DIY, you know, extruded aluminum rig, and boom, you've got motion. You know, Thanos motion controller's like $400. I mean, it's an attainable goal now. So. Oh, hey, I just ran into the wall. I screwed up my view there. Got me all mixed up. Mixed up. Yeah, I'm tired. What time is it? It is 1:51 in the morning. Holy cow. All right. Whew. You were seeing a tired Nish. Holy cow. I'm tired. Expensive too. I've had to go back and learn how to install one, but still can't grasp it. It is expensive. Well, obviously expensive is relative. You know, my rig is over the top. I would never recommend what I'm doing for other people to do, because they'll blow through their kids' college, fund and everything else. But you get creative with a 3D printer, a little bit of metal, buy a few ball screws, and a 750 watt servo from AliExpress or something, and you can throw together actuators. And those actuators, a Thanos motion controller will control them. Like I said, $400. And so, 3D printing, I've seen 6 DOF rigs for $2,000, which, that is a lot of money. But for a 6 DOF rig, that is super cheap. Holy hell, that's super cheap.
Keep to the right. And then
I have $2,000
right.
just in 2 actuators. So, it gets really
Exit right.
kind of crazy. But motion is an attainable goal, and I'm so happy to
Go
see
straight.
more and more people running motion rigs. I've blown 35K just on
Continue
PC.
straight.
I almost rear-ended that person. On a truck shell. Now I'm intrigued into the motion. Well, and that's just it. 35 into a PC. How do you spend? Well, no, I take that back. I guess, yeah. I've got my desktop PC that's got dual 4090s in it. So you're talking, $6,000 alone in video cards. So yeah, I could see how you could get that much into it. Each of these TVs, you're talking $1,100.
Keep to the right.
I've got ridiculous amount in wheelbases and 2 5090s. Holy cow! Okay, I only run a single 5090 on here, but I'm actually thinking of running a second one because
To the right.
I've done that lossless scaling with the dual 4090s, and I can get some stupid frame rates on that dual 4090 machine. But yeah, you get into water cooling and nice motherboards, and RAM is so expensive nowadays because of the AI situation. It's really expensive. It was a wonderful time listening to you talk in the background while I was playing my games. I'll definitely be back here to listen to you, have fun chatting,
Continue
but
straight.
got a Sonic restaurant to manage. Good night, my darling Samire. Appreciate you coming out. Thank you very much for all the kind words. Thank you for the company this evening. Have a good night. Sleep well. Manage the hell out of that restaurant. Run my GPU and separate PSU and blocks. I run a 1650 watt PSU, and I can do dual 490s or 4090s on that, and I should be able to do dual 5090s. But it dual PSUs. I run a dual PC case from Thermaltake, and we got an ad break over on Twitch. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, I just don't have room for another PSU in this case. So, hello from Alberta, Canada. Saif Hakim, welcome, welcome. Thank you for watching over on YouTube. Had people all over the world today. It's pretty crazy. Alright, we're getting up into Canada here.
Okay.
I'm seeing
try a
kilometers an
different
hour.
route.
Mine's water cooled like a fridge. Put Coke cans.
Turn left.
Dang. Okay. I've got just all-in-one coolers on mine, but that's crazy. Yeah, I've thought about doing like a refrigerated unit, but dealing with the condensation and all that kind of stuff, I could imagine disaster coming.
Turn right.
Yeah, I'm all the way in South Africa. Holy moly. Well, that's awesome. I think you're the second person I think I've chatted with that has been watching from South Africa, so thank you very much for that. That's awesome. We've had Honeybeard. He's in Scotland.
To the left. And
He's
then
in here quite a
turn
bit.
left.
Okay, yeah. So We got two.
Turn
Yeah.
left.
So we got 2 people from South Africa. That explains it. I mean, obviously with the time situation. What time is it over there? Is it late morning? If you do it right, it's foolproof. Ran it for 3 years. Wow. Dang. 10. Okay, so yeah, late morning. All right.
Okay, we'll try
Very
a
cool.
different route.
I think I missed my turn, didn't I? Oops. That's all right. So yeah, I guess these late night streams, I'm gonna get a little bit more of the distance on the viewers, but that's very cool. But yeah, we've had folks from Canada, we've had folks from Europe, we've had folks from the UK, now a couple from
Continue
South
straight.
Africa. Very, very cool. And yeah, I miss my turn all the time keeping up with chat, but it's all good. It's a lot of fun. I'm a very techie person. Just got my attention. No, I get it. So am I. And that's why I do this, because, you know, like I said, I get so many questions about this setup and how I do things, and I just it's just easier doing streaming and answering questions and things like that. One guy was asking a bunch of questions. He's like, "Man, I'm so sorry to pick your brain." I'm like, "No, keep going. Like, pick my brain. I will share every
Continue straight.
bit of knowledge I can share." Johannesburg, very cool. Now both in Johannesburg. Neat. Oh, look at that. South Africa connections in ATS. What are the odds?
Continue straight.
Yeah, I actually had somebody reach out on Instagram. They're like, "Hey, I had no idea you're basically down the road from me." Watched my stream the other night, so it was pretty cool. How did you program the software? Okay, so it's a few things. It's all done in Python for the interaction with the stream. I signed up for the Twitch developer API, and you can actually subscribe to certain events, and there's API calls that allow you to see things like follows, point redemptions, all that stuff. So basically my chat bot watches for those commands or those interactions, and then through the same Python program I send WebSocket commands over to my motion software. So it so basically it's just reading the Twitch and sending the raw commands over. And what I did with the motion software is I noticed that the motion software had a web interface. Well, if it has a web interface, then I should be able to see the traffic. Well, it turns out it's WebSocket traffic. So I could just open up my Chrome browser, filter it down to WebSocket traffic, and I could see what commands the web page, the web interface was sending to the platform, and I just emulated it from my Python program. Didn't understand a thing, but I'll give you a call once I get my rig. Yeah, well, and that's just it. I guess it is complicated. It all depends on how deep you want to get into that rabbit hole kind of thing. But I understood everything you said. Not bad for an oldie. Yeah. And see, some people understand. So yeah, it's Python is a programming language. It's very lightweight. It doesn't take a lot of system resources, and extremely versatile. So using that, but I also can, fire up Claude code inside of that code base. I can even fire it up inside of my mod folder for ATS. Like for this truck, the Ironworks truck, I can decompress the files, but the engine files were encrypted. So I use Claude to figure out how to add engines in without modifying the original. Oh, hey, somebody's doing some motion commands. All right. But yeah, it's so, you can get real deep into it. But I spend probably 8+ hours a day kind of playing around with the Python program. And at first it was just interacting with the rig, and then I bought all the RGB lights, and they're Govee brand, and Govee has an API. And for anyone who doesn't know, that's an application programming interface, which basically means you can interface with it. And so if they've got an API, you can send calls to that API and get information or send information. Well, you can send information, like if you do the exclamation police command, it does a sequence of things that sets the red and blue lights. I use Govee. Okay, so yeah. So I've got Govee desktop running on there. I use the Govee API. I use the YouTube data API for the YouTube integration that should be going live tomorrow. I use the Twitch developer API for interacting with the Twitch chat. And then I use the motion API with SimHub that I'm the only one to figure it out so far. But it uses WebSocket commands to send those commands to the rig to move it around. So Govee and Razor. Okay, I opted out of Razor after I kept getting keyboards that would do multiple keystrokes. I was getting frustrated with them, so I ended up going to SteelSeries. But yeah, Razor's got a same kind of RGB interface. Corsair, they've got an RGB interface, so I could start. Hopefully, a train doesn't come because I'm on the tracks here. Let me get out of here. All the RGB interfaces that Razor uses and Corsair and all that is actually based on a framework that was recently exploited heavily, and it's actually a very low-level integration into your computer hardware. So I don't use that specifically for that reason, because I don't need some kernel level exploit or something making its way into my system. So and not to say that'll happen with you, but I encountered all kinds of hacking situations in my 15 years of owning my own business, so I find the best way to avoid that kind of stuff is to not have it out there. So and we got Shake to Know. That one I'm working on. I want to get it a little more going to either side. It only kind of stays to that right side and does a little bit of a shake no, but the nod works pretty well. And there's wag, there's spin. I know I just use it for the ATS Interactive. Yeah, oh man. That bounce is so weird, because my brain doesn't see everything around moving, but my body can feel it. Ugh. It gives me this weird queasy feeling every time. Between that and yaw when I'm trying to park the truck. Yeah, so there's the bow. That one's fun. Twerk is probably my favorite. Well, my wife came up with that one. Yep, there's Wiggle. I get motion sickness in a car. Will it give the same feeling? Pretty much, yes. 100%. It gives you that weird, queasy feeling. And I just hit somebody. See? I was creeping forward. Oops. Sorry. But yeah, it does give me I don't get motion sick very easily, but that does mess with my inner ear just enough to give me kind of a cold sweat. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's no need to be sorry. I kind of bring it on myself, but it's I think that's kind of the fun, you know. It's my way. It's an extra challenge that puts it in the whole thing. So yeah, here we go on a dance command. This one's fun. I like this one. It's really hard to park a truck when your rig's dancing like this, but well, two nerds in a room. Yeah. Yep, there goes the rainbow. Man, that's bright. Holy cow, that's bright. Super, super bright. Which way am I going? I'm going to the right. Okay. So yeah, the scene command, it has to be followed by a scene. I thought I put in a mod that doesn't allow for ferries, but we're going to find out here. Yeah, the scene romantic, it'll give you the pinks and reds and all that stuff. All right. Here's to hoping the ferry works. Crap, I have no idea where we're going. Must admit that's very impressive. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so Vale, you did Scene Disco and Uncapped did WAG. There is a protection that keeps two commands from overlapping. So I think it's only like 5 seconds. So you should be able to do the Scene Disco again and it'll work. All right, so where is this? So yeah, that's disco. There we go. That should get all of them. That gets the floor ones. That gets the ceiling ones. The whole thing. And it's kind of funny. My oldest son calls it the RG basement. You know, RG basement. So, because they're sitting back there playing their games, and the whole basement is just going all kinds of colors, and it's funny. Okay, so I don't know. Langford? Can we go there? Is that one of the options? No. We've got... Let's just choose one. Let's see where we go here.
We'll try a different route.
Oh, now I'm 19 miles away. Did I make the right choice? Hey, we made the right choice. There we go. Like a kid with a new toy over here. Well, and that's just it. It gives people in chat something to do. So we're working on jump scares too, but that gets a little difficult because this is a gaming PC, and all the OBS overlays and all that stuff are over on the streaming PC. But I'm thinking of writing like a pie game kind of thing that will maybe do an overlay. That maybe we can do like jump scares and stuff on here, but just kind of speaking out, you know, brainstorming out loud. But oh, that was bumpy. But yeah, it's kind of fun. My wife, she, poor thing, she fell asleep before I could actually get the stream going tonight. But she gets in and she's sending the rig all over the place. She has quite a good time with it. I'm not tech savvy. I want to ask you, what's the difference between OLED and QLED? I believe that it has to do with the amount of dimming that can happen, which means the amount of darkness that can be achieved. I'm not 100% sure and certain on that, though. That's an actually very good question that I don't really have an answer for.
Continue straight.
Now, I do know QLEDs can also be you can achieve smaller screens. So like there's the
Keep
mini
to the
QLEDs
right.
with the
Turn right.
some of the VR headsets and whatnot. So, ooh, have
Turn right.
Rudolph run across the screen and Santa and sleigh on the. Okay, I'll do that. XBG, we will have that feature. I will have a Santa command, and we can do the scene Christmas, I think. And I just got a ticket for running the red light, but hey, it's all good. But yeah, I'll do a Santa command, and we'll have Santa going across with his reindeer. Maybe Santa's riding on top of a Kenworth or something, you know. Because I want to make a purchase for another big TV, most likely 65. Okay, so also actually, I have a 65-inch on my desktop PC behind me. I'm taking a turn here, right? Okay. It's the LG C3 65-inch. I think their current model is a C5.
Right.
I highly recommend those LG OLED TVs. That one's 120 hertz. These C5s are 144.
Turn right.
So I don't know if the 65 achieves 144 hertz, but I love that 65 behind me on my desktop. It is so good. And the darks, the blacks are black. Like if you, like when a game launches and the screen goes black,
And then
I
turn
can't
right.
tell that the TV is on. It is that dark.
Turn right.
It is absolutely amazing. And I almost missed my turn again here. But yeah, it is. It's crazy how dark OLEDs are. And once you
This is where we needed to be.
experience it, me personally, the only TV in the house that is not an OLED is our 120-inch projection in the bedroom. I've got a laser projector and a 120-inch screen, and it's not an OLED. So every single other TV in the house is OLED. Hopefully with the squatty trailer we can get this thing kinked over here. That's actually usually what Chelsea's watching on, is the big screen up in the bedroom. All right, I gotta. Yeah, see, y'all. I can't get this damn thing. Oh, this is embarrassing. All right. Oh my gosh, what is going on with my view here? Okay, yeah, see, now y'all are messing with me. And here I am killing the truck. I'm doing all kinds of things. This is awesome. All right. Now let's see if I can get the trailer to inch over here. Up on the sidewalk. Go in front of these trucks. He was better off doing that. Well, actually, I think you're right. And I'm just going to end up in the same kind of position, but I was, you know, kinking over into the wall, so I figure this way. Ugh. I'm positioned a little bit better, so now I should be able to get around this truck and hopefully not hit it. Y'all are messing with me. All right. Oh crap! I hate these squatty trailers. I can never back these damn things up because they turn so sharp and they're so sensitive. Okay, so and see here I am hitting my windshield wipers. Jeez, it's just terrible. All right, let's do small movements. Small little movements. And my windshield wipers are going and I hit the truck. But you know what? We're going to commit to it. Let's wrap it around the truck. And we hit the wall. What time are you going live again? I want to come back and mess with you again. Uncapped, I will probably be online midday tomorrow, Arizona time. So maybe about 7-8 hours from now. I just need to get a few hours sleep. I've got band practice tomorrow. I'm also a drummer, so I need to get a little bit of sleep before I go banging on my drums. Hit the wall. There we go. You know what? I'm going to take it. It's embarrassing. I would be fired so many times over for parking like that, but hey, it's all good. 1,120 miles. All right, so what do we have? 8 people on Twitch, 11 on YouTube. All you folks over on TikTok, if that stream is still working, I don't know if it is or not, but I see a bunch of people followed. Thank you very much. Hey, and there's Honeybeard, all the way from Scotland. We are streaming awfully late, Honeybeard. That's experimenting with the vertical and horizontal YouTube multi-streaming, so... But we just wrapped up here, so. Hey, XBG, thank you for coming over on Twitch and dropping a follow. I appreciate that. Now you're in with the cool kids with all the chat commands. So, thank you for streaming this. And I'm glad to have met you. Cheers. Thank you very much, Vale. Pleasure's all mine. I so much appreciate the views, the chat, the subscription, you name it. I appreciate it all. That is amazing. So much fun. Hope to see you guys again. And let's see. We've got... I can at least see the people on Twitch, which we've got Mummy D, Oso Actually, SF Wong, Uncle Hunted, Uncapped Truckers, Veilkeeper, and Shadow King. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Honeybear just rolled out of bed and got a monster so I can sit up and join. I hear ya. I'm extremely tired, so yeah, this is definitely the end of my night. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscriptions over on YouTube. Thank you for the subscriptions on Twitch. It's amazing. Hopefully we'll get another stream in here in the next probably 8 hours. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Be good to each other. And good night.